Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
To try to find a doctor in Southern California that's going to, help you with your abortion.
70%.
It's stupid. It's not. It's what it is, Bubba. It's the best way to lose a presidential election.
Well, he's gonna
taking this position. He is. He's got no chance. It's Ron. There's no chances.
Hold on, it's who?
Ron. There's no chances.
No chances. Ron, no chances to DeSantis?
Yeah, no chances to DeSantis.
Let me give him a pop on that.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
I mean, that's one of those. That's one of those bump-in willies you got that had the watermark on it.
Yeah, I just set it out loud today.
What did you say?
I said the watermark.
Oh, the watermark.
The watermark's wrong.
June 16th, 2023. Whip. Oh, that's Monday, isn't it?
I think so.
Isn't Juneteenth the Monday?
I think so.
Yeah, federal holiday.
We're not celebrating that.
Is that a day off?
No.
Is it a bank holiday?
Yes.
Is it really?
Yeah, Joe Biden made it into his
I
one.
actually, Stevie from JVC got a hold of me and said, "Hey, are you guys taking off Juneteenth?" And I'm like, "No." He's like, and he just laughed. And I go, "But let me please let me please be specific by saying that I don't take, this doesn't better my chance initially, but it gets better as we go on. I don't take Martin Luther King Day off. I don't take President's Day off. I don't take Juneteenth off. I don't take Indigenous People Day off, also observed as Columbus Day.
I know. My only Italian holiday.
I don't take Veterans Day off. So out of the 11, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Like 50,
5,
50.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Out of 11, I think I don't take 5 or 6 off. So, like, it has nothing. They're like, oh, Juneteenth, you're racist. You're black. No, I don't take Columbus Day off either.
Because you hate Italians.
Well, no, no.
A little.
It has nothing to do with who I hate. It's just, it just has to do
It's
with.
a nonsense holiday.
It
It's
is.
another nonsense holiday.
Here's
I mean,
the days
come
I
on.
take off.
Christmas, Easter. Those are big ones.
No, Easter's not even recognized because it's considered as a religion. It's like other than Christmas. I actually, when I was taking my poop this morning, read up on this, and other than Christmas, because Christians believe that's the birthday of Christ. Although, Lummy, I think in the Bible it states that he was born like sometime in June or something.
Yeah, it's like May, or it was like coming into the spring or summer. Yeah.
Anyway, Christmas is the only federally U.S. federally recognized holiday that has a religious feel to it. No other day has a religious slant on it. That's why Good Friday, Easter, all of that nonsense is not a federal holiday. Here are, according to 5 U.S. Code 6103, Dan, here are the United States of America recognized federal holidays. New Year's Day, Martin Luther King Day, President's Day, which is also what President's Day initially started out as George Washington's birthday, but
he was
then
a slave owner. Which is why they can't highlight him anymore.
I don't know if we have irresponsible outburst or not on the scorecard.
But it's true. It's true. It's one of the reasons they're not highlighting him anymore.
Technically,
technically
yes.
Is he right?
Dr. Den is
okay. I understand.
half right. Yes,
but he is the father of our. Isn't he considered
Absolutely.
the father? Isn't he considered the from? I mean, I didn't really pay attention in history that much, but I think it was. I did hear he was. Isn't he the father of our country?
Absolutely. He outsmarted the British Army, and at the time, he was one of the wealthiest men in America.
Really?
Yep.
So anyway, nonetheless, President's Day used to be George Washington's birthday, but now they folded it into President's Day. So, okay, great. So far, here's what we got. Here's the 3 federally recognized holidays. New Year's Day, duh. Which I don't even know why New Year's Day is really even a holiday. Like, I don't know. Martin Luther King Day. I could actually do without. I could do without all. Really, in my opinion, if I'm Bubba President, here's the days that I think are sacred for our country: Memorial Day, Independence Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. That's it. Now I know that we have Memorial Day, Juneteenth, Independence Day, Labor Day, Indigenous Peoples Day, which used to be Columbus Day. Now, why'd they take Columbus Day away from him? Like, why, Dan? Like, why did we know why George Washington's birthday turned into President's Day? Thank you for that information. Why did Columbus Day turn into Indigenous People Day? Just because we're so soft and woke?
There's 2 reasons. First of all, the modern history is different than the history we were taught, Bubba. And now they're teaching that Columbus was an imperial, racist, just
bad
really
guy.
Bad guy. I mean, a dick. And he was, by the way, he was recalled to Spain 2 or 3 times in handcuffs during his stay because he was a very stiff governor.
So when he was here, he got recalled to Spain in handcuffs?
More than once.
So they sent word over here to one of the big ass lummies to say, hey, when you see what was his name, Columbus? What was his
Christopher?
When you see Christopher Columbus,
No, Chris.
Around the hut, grab him, put him in handcuffs, get in one of those big ass boats, and start sailing back.
Yep.
Because the king of Spain or whoever the hell's in charge wants to talk to him.
Because he's being a dick.
Because he's being a dick. We're getting more. But can you imagine?
He was doing it DeSantis.
Can you imagine though? Can you imagine how long word takes back to get I mean, it could be in a year.
No, it takes months. It used to take weeks to months for a word to get back.
But how did word get back?
By boat. I mean, they would they'd travel. They'd send the message.
So there
back
was
to the king.
there was constant
Constant
boating
travel.
back and forth.
Right. It was a lot of commerce.
But
right.
let me ask you a question.
But not all of them made it.
Did they have a compass back then?
Yes.
And
they started having sextants back then too. They were reading stars back then for navigation.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, who invented the compass?
The Chinese actually, I believe, invented the compass, and they realized that there was an actual magnetic north, and they were navigating the waters around China very early on. China also invented the printing press. They invented porcelain. They invented a lot of stuff. Really, the modern bridge was a Chinese invention. The man-powered boats, where they would have people like actually walking on like escalator type things to power water vessels. The Chinese were really advanced.
Hold on, they had guys on treadmills running.
Oh, wow.
Kind of like that concert that I can't, was it Taylor Swift or someone that did a concert where everyone was like on bicycles pedaling for the electricity? Maybe it was Coldplay.
What?
Coldplay did that.
Well, hold on. When was that?
Last year.
So
They
they
had a bunch of jabronis in like a little pit, like on bicycles, trying to generate electricity for part of the concert. I think that was Coldplay.
For the concession stand? I got to think, man, that those amps and the lights and all that, I mean, that takes more than, 5 guys. Now, Dan, maybe if they had your Le Mans, your Dan Armstrong ass on there, because you are a biking son of a bitch. I actually watched the Bubba versus Dan pickleball video yesterday on YouTube. Did you see that, Lummy?
Yes, I did.
You know what? I'm not trying to be a dick, but I watched it, and if you were to score it, I think I might have been up 1 or 2.
I believe you.
I think I might. I mean, we weren't keeping score. We were not.
We were having fun.
And Dan, it did look. I did see some comments, and I even noticed it that day. I turned to Merch Crick and said, "Dan doesn't like this because to me, Dan, it looked like it was beneath you." And I know that you've lied and said, "Oh no, I liked it," but I don't think you, Dan. I thought you thought it was like Grandpa deal.
You looked bored.
I'm going to be honest with you. I was a little tired. It was hot, and I was tired, and I didn't really feel like doing anything outside.
I did.
Pickles and air conditioning.
Merch Crick and I are watching this, and I'm like, man, look at Dan. He's like completely over this. And then she did make a great observation. She's like, well, honey, he just biked 23 real miles, not 23 e-bike miles. Like, he just did 23 real miles with you trying to lose him and him being right on your ass. So, like, I could see where he may not be quite as enthusiastic. Like, your big ass was just on an e-bike for 23, which is the same as doing, like, 9 on Dan's 10-speed. But Dan did 23. And, Dan, I mean, you were... Was that a pretty good workout for you?
It was a great workout, dude. It was a great workout.
So when we got to the pickleball deal, you're like, pickleball, schmickleball?
I was just tired. I was literally physically tired. But once we started moving around and, you could see that I got into it more and more as we were doing it.
Well, you got good at the spin is what you got. You
it
got
made
real
it more
good.
fun, too.
Yeah.
Once I realized I could do like
I'll
some
tell you
ping-pong.
what's real fun
Ping pong.
is playing doubles. Because what you do is when you play doubles, Dan, you put one guy to back and then you put one guy in the kitchen.
Just
no,
crushing
hold on, not in the kitchen, right at the kitchen line, because you can't step into kitchen. But
even the doubles, you can't step.
No, you can't step in the kitchen
Really?
during no.
Oh, I thought you could during
That
doubles.
is okay, but because the kitchen's only 3 foot, so you could literally touch the net with your paddle from the kitchen. So you know how you always had that itching wanting to smash it like it was John McEnroe?
Absolutely.
I'd put you right up there. If you were my doubles partner, I'd hang on the back and I'd put you right up there. Now, see, the thing about it is when you're playing doubles, like you don't have to, like if you're up front, you're my partner, and you're up front, that little half line doesn't mean, like if it's on my side and you can run over there and smash it, you can smash it.
Before it hits?
Yeah. Like what I'm saying is like, you don't have, if it's on my side of the court, you don't have to let me return it. If you can get your big ass Italian arm over there and smash it down to 0, you can.
I can get the entire front, left and right. Is what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. The whole court's yours. So I'll put you right there. Lummy, have you played pickleball yet?
Yes, I have.
When? Where? How?
My buddy runs the park department. For the last 6 years, he's been promoting it, and I went out there because I thought it was stupid in the beginning.
Man, listen.
And now it's huge.
Listen, I got to tell you, for all you watching or listening, whatever, however, if you're listening to or watching the show right now, it's a reason it's the fastest growing sport. Now, yes, it's low impact, and it's skewed towards, maybe older people. But Lummy, if you go online and watch like the pickleball champions, it's like 19 and 20, 22, like in shape, hot chicks. I like to watch I watch women's pickleball.
It's getting big in college now. But listen, a lot of people told my buddy he was dumb.
They're gonna have pickleball. I mean, look at this. Colleges now have cornhole teams.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
Yeah, they
And
do.
pickleball is
Wow.
let's just be honest. Pickleball is far more. Dan, you've played
Way
both.
cooler than cornhole.
Oh,
Yes.
and it's also more athletic.
Well, I mean, and
cooler.
it's more athletic. Like,
Yeah,
in
and
cornhole,
cornhole,
I mean,
dude.
you could literally be 500 pounds and be the best cornhole player in the world. Could you not?
Yes.
Any sport that you can hold your beer while playing
Yeah.
is not a real active sport.
And you could literally be
darts, cornhole.
You could literally be
Slot machine.
You could literally be an amputee
Yes.
in a wheelchair and play pickleball.
Flip it
I'm
up
sorry,
with your
play cornhole.
Yes.
So, can you imagine? So anyway, pickleball, you at least need 2 feet and one arm, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
at least that. Oh, Dan, you're saying you're a complete stump and you're throwing it with your mouth?
Yeah, just tossing my teeth.
Man,
Someone was talking to me yesterday about, speaking of tossing, remember, Bubba, they don't do it anymore, but remember they used to do like, now it's small people, but used to call it midget tossing. Remember that like 30 years ago?
Yeah.
That's illegal now, I think, in the state.
I think it's illegal. I think it's illegal a lot of places.
But
They used to have
we're not-
like they literally would take these let's call them small people.
Small people.
Take these small people,
Put them like one of them harnesses, like a dog harness,
and then they would chuck them down a
handles.
bowling alley.
or just over like a area of cushions, and you had to do like a side to side swing, like almost like a golf swing.
Kind of like on the tough guy competition on the world's strongest man, where they have to throw a keg of beer over a wall.
Yeah.
Kind of like that.
Exactly.
Except the poor little small guy, if the guy didn't get him over, man, he got smashed, on the wall.
Oh yeah, but by the way, small guys are pretty heavy, like a keg of beer.
Let me tell you about
They're dense.
Arguably one of the toughest small guys in the world is Rico Abreu. He's he drives midgets and he drives 360 sprint cars, and he's a badass and he's solid. I think he wrestled. He is when he takes his shirt off, he's like a bodybuilder. Yeah, he's like sumo in times. And I'm telling you right now, man, that there Rico could beat some ass on a regular sized person.
I think they're well endowed too.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba, it's Matt from Sebring.
Hi, Matt. Why don't you wake up, buddy? You sound like you're high as a billy goat, my friend.
No, I hadn't slept all night. I just had a problem sleeping.
Yeah, I had a problem. I didn't sleep that good either. Bella started flipping out about something, and heard something, and then I was like, oh my god, I didn't get any sleep.
I wanted to ask this
Missed
early
the
because
gym.
I wanted to not like derail anything, but I kind of missed it, so I don't know what's going on with the honest stuff.
Wait, I don't understand what you mean with the honest stuff. Like what?
There's been a couple people ask where she's at.
The feds got him.
She's in Idaho.
Listen, Anna is not been let go. She's not quit. She's not fired.
It's a wedding or something, right?
She's going to a bachelorette party in Idaho. She was on the Instagram yesterday after she landed, riding a bike at a trail. Now, if she was fired or not on the show anymore, would I allow that to be on Instagram? No. So, no, we strategically planned that I did my colonoscopy on Wednesday when she could host, knowing that she was going to be gone on Thursday and Friday, and I didn't have her.
And we talked about it a good amount.
At nauseum.
On Wednesday.
We've talked about it at nauseum.
Yes. Yeah.
So maybe the signal wasn't working down there in where the hell you live. Sebring. But nonetheless, no, there's no problems with Anna. She'll be back Monday. It seems like a lot of times the Bubba Army tries to cause drama when there ain't really no drama. They're very
no drama today, man, and no clutter.
Look at Dan. Now, Dan, if your first return is any indication how the day is going to go, I'm looking good. I mean, you got much better, but watch your very first return. Limp-wristed.
I never hit it before.
I know. He's hit it to the merch crick.
I wanted to see her run.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Bubba's got me going back and forth and stuff. He's doing that little game. Here, go left, go to right.
Oh, yeah.
Left,
I'm going
right.
to try to, because I'm trying. Yeah. Meanwhile, you're just Johnny Spin Willie. You'll hit it right to me, but it'll spin and then completely just, stop.
Right. Like a golf ball.
Right.
Like a well-hit chip.
So anyway, if you want to go watch me and Dan, we after our 22-mile, 23, 24-mile bike ride, me and Dan stopped by this little and it is a nice little honey hole too, isn't it, Dan?
Mm-hmm.
Stopped by this nice little honey hole pickleball court. Lummy, pickleball now is so popular, Lummy, that they're taking regular tennis courts, and you can get 2 pickleball courts out of one tennis court. And they're coming up with these rollable nets, pickleball nets, and then they already have the regular tennis court lined additionally, and then they just roll these in here because a lot of people don't want to play tennis and they want to play pickleball, so they don't want to waste the court, so they have these and I've seen these on Amazon for like $205. So these resorts and stuff buy these they put them over here to the side. And then if there's a pickleball court here, there's a pickleball court where Dan and I is, and then there's this big tennis court behind us. Well, if there were more than two sets of people that wanted to play pickleball, they would just take this and roll it and put it right there, and then there's another one over there, and so now you got 2 more pickleball courts.
Yeah, the Hillsborough County, I think it was 6 years ago, they didn't want them to roll out. My buddy wanted to roll out at least 2 to try it, and they got so busy, they have now 14 just straight pickleball courts and 18 that are the tennis pickleball. It's becoming so popular.
Then of course, we had Lawn Dog Willie come. Look at that backhand, Danny.
Bubba, you look pretty damn good right there.
I was trying to get better at it and, trying to get a feel for it. It was fun. It was fun. It was one of those things that, at first you're like, ugh. But I enjoyed it.
Now, mind you, Dan, you biked 23 miles.
Yeah, I was tired.
You got good form, Bubba.
I don't know about it. Oh, yeah. Watch this spin this greasy Italian puts on it. Hold on. Watch this. He hits it, Lummy. It should be coming right at me. Nice little lobby. But he puts one of them Italian spins on it. Watch this. Here it is. It just stops. It just stops.
Yeah, I saw those holes in the ball. I'm like, I bet you I can spin this thing.
You spun the hell out of it.
Beautiful. Man. You just stopped it.
Oh, damn. What the hell was that?
I was
It was a
trying
whiff.
too much spin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you, Rhett, for the video. And it's up on our YouTube channel.
Brought to you by Skag Mowers.
Oh, yeah. Brought to you by Skag Mowers. Thank you. By the way, I think either yesterday or today, I heard from my good buddy, Randy Glady. I learned how to pronounce Randy's last name from Skag Mowers, Lummy.
Oh, yeah?
It's Glady.
Glady.
Randy Glady, head blade sharpener of Skag Mowers, Maryville, Wisconsin. Season ticket holder for the Green Bay Packers since 1957.
Is he like the Maytag repairman because everyone Skags stays sharp?
Yeah, no Skag. Well, no.
Or do you
now,
sharpen those things a lot? I mean, I have no idea maintenance on something like that. How often do you have to sharpen
You got to sharpen your blades. It matters how much you're mowing. And it also matters if you're mowing dry grass to wet grass, because wet grass will dull your blades faster than dry grass will.
Really?
But you got to sharpen them if you're really using like for instance, my place is like 41 acres. If I was to, and it'd take about a week to mow it. You should sharpen your blades probably once a week. A guy like Average Joe.
Once a week?
Yeah.
That often?
I mean, listen, the sharper your
Does
blades
it split the grass if it's not sharp?
Well, here's the deal. Yeah, it doesn't cut the grass as clean, and it doesn't look as good if you're mowing with dull blades. You got to sharpen them. And most people should have 2 or 3 sets of blades so that you can, and really to sharpen them the right way, you got to take them to a place like Mike's Lawnmower in Ocala, or you got to take them to, they put them on a machine so they get the right. And then, Dan, realistically, when you sharpen your blades, you're supposed to balance them then. so that, you take off the same amount of metal and balance them so that your blades
doesn't
aren't-
wobble.
Well, yeah. So anyway, Randy Glady, season ticket holder for the Packers, I think since '57. By the way, Lummy. I think I'm going to meet Randy. I think I'm going to meet Randy at the U.S. Nationals in Indy in August. I think I'm going to head up there and meet Randy, and I'll get to see Tony and Sumo and Gooch and Larry and all that kind of stuff. So, yes, Deion Sanders either today is getting his new I think he's getting a Cheetah 38 horsepower V10. I mean, I'm sorry, V20.
V10. Dag, that's awesome.
No, I think he's getting like a Cheetah 38 horsepower V-twin 61-inch deal from a Skag dealer right outside of Boulder, and he either got it yesterday or he's getting it today. So let me be looking for some Deion Skag videos on his Instagram, and when he does, if in case I miss it, get it for me so I can play it for my good friend Randy.
I guess he put out a post yesterday because I keep seeing on the front page about him not being able to feel the bottom of his foot.
Yeah,
now.
he's having complications with his I don't know if people know. So anyway, let me cut that up and so I can send that to Randy.
Yes.
But Dan, he had turf toe bad, some of the worst turf toe in the history of the league, and he had complications when he was at Jackson State. He had complications from it to the point where I think he had sepsis, and
He's probably got some hardware in there too. Huh?
And I was talking to Deion during this time, and there was about a 2 or 3 or 4. He was in the hospital for like 3 weeks, and there was a 2 or 3 or 4 day period where he thought he was going to at least lose his foot, and maybe from the knee down, amputee.
Oh my God!
And they brought in these vascular surgeons and these podiatrists and just all these specialists, and they were able to save his foot. I think he lost his two toes 4 and 5, and he's been doing okay with it, but lately he's been having complications on it. And I know he met with some neurosurgeons a few days ago, and so I hope he's going to be okay. I mean,
if you lose that nerve on the bottom of your foot, it's really tough, because if you can't feel the bottom of your foot, it's like you damage it a lot.
Yeah, this is it right here.
You need that proprioception, that sort of feedback to know when your foot's got pressure on it. It's critical to have that sensation at the bottom of your foot.
So he called in his surgical team to kind of go over. This is Deion. This is one of the fastest guys. This is arguably one of the top 5 fastest guys ever to be in the league, the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's poor guy. Look how he hobbles. I mean, he's just in so much pain.
At the time, he was the fastest guy at that time ever, right?
Yeah.
Like he had set the record.
I think Bo was like 0.2 fast. I think Deion ran a 4.21, and I think Bo ran a 4.19.
Oh, 200s.
Yeah, 200. Yeah, I think.
And it's all. Do you have any pain up here, or is it all down here?
Yeah, it does. Like when I'm wearing shoes all day, that irritates the shoe, and it's hitting across there.
Yeah,
sends pain to me.
And so it's pain here, and you were saying last time that was really flared up too.
All that down there. Yeah. Like that whole thing, I think it's dislocated.
The risk of doing something here and having a problem similar to what you had before or worse was too high.
They checked the blood pressure in your ankle and compared it to the blood pressure in your arm, and that was 1.
Now, Dan, can they do that? Can they do specific blood pressures for body parts?
It's called the ankle brachial index, the ABI, and it shows.
Let me look at that.
that.
Who gets information? What kind of radio show has a guy with that vast knowledge right there?
Nobody.
With the brachial yippee-oh. Go ahead, Dan. I'm sorry.
And you want the ankle pressure to be similar to the arm pressure because it shows that you don't have peripheral vascular disease. What they're worried about is occlusion or stenosis of his iliac or femoral arteries, which decreases the blood flow to his foot. The other thing that does that is diabetes. Does he have a touch of diabetes?
No, none.
So 100%. So since then, since 2022, which was last time you saw them, it's now 66%.
Okay, how do we get those back?
Huge difference. So it went from 100 to 66. So the functioning of his leg is like down by a third.
So they're saying when he left when he was, in 2022, which was a year ago, when they checked him, he was at 100%, meaning
That's like you and I would have the same pressure in our ankles as we would, our arms.
Right. And he did at one time, and now they're saying that it's 66% difference or a 66%, he's got 66
as much.
It's actually a 44% difference,
it's
right?
It's a 1/3 drop. It's a third drop.
What's 100 minus 66?
It's 33.
All right, so he
lost a third roughly. He lost a third of the pressure in his lower extremities.
So there's 33% less blood pressure in his ankle and foot area than on his arm and normal other body areas.
Correct.
You can get them open, but the chance of keeping them open are not very good. So in one way, you're lucky you got your foot, right? You see what's open, what isn't. Looks pretty bad.
So this guy here, Dan, is probably the vascular guy, right? And he's saying, you're lucky to have your foot, and we can open them up, but keeping them open may not be something we can do, right? Is that kind of what he's saying?
Yeah, and I think he may be afraid of the dark. You know what I mean?
Like just afraid of being too aggressive?
Yeah, it sounds like he's being a pussy.
Okay.
To be honest with you,
Michael Bourne, 30 on the PayPal on me. Let's finish the week out strong. We've had a slow month. Trying to pay the bills. What's that, Danny?
I'd do the opposite. It's probably my personality, but I would,
let's
open it
here.
wide up. I'd make his ABI 1.5 instead of 0.6.
Let's dig it in.
And it can take a long time. And if there's any setback, then that.
I don't even have feeling down there, but I know that's dislocated right now, and I don't have feeling at the bottom of my foot at all. I just want to know what we can do, because I want to do it this summer, because when we get rolling, I'm not going to have time to do it.
The requirement is really just rest. I think that's probably the biggest concern is if you get.
And the thing about Dion is when you're a college football coach, there is no rest. Mm-hmm. You're doing one of 3 or 4 things. One T-shirt Will 25 on the Venmo or on the Cash App. I'm so sorry.
And Chad Rhea 25 on the Venmo.
Venmo, Cash App, PayPal at the Bubba Army. We love you guys for keeping us on the air. So anyway, but here's the deal: you're either out recruiting, which means you're on your feet all day, going to either high school football practices, talking to high school, juniors or seniors in their home. Or that you're either on the football field coaching your team, or you're in the weight room, or you're just constantly on your. It's not there's desk jobs, and there's on your feet jobs, and the coach, being a coach, might be, one of the most on your feet jobs, other than when you're breaking down film and you're doing stuff like that, traveling, things like that, just like normal people.
But traveling sucks too because your foot's down. Anytime you have a foot problem like this with an issue, they tell you to elevate your foot.
Now, should healthy people,
like watching practice, you can't elevate it. When you're at flying in a plane, it's difficult to elevate it. He does a lot of stuff that requires his foot to be dependent.
Dion flies private. He's got that new Colorado. He's got that Colorado Gulfstream 650, owned by the university. So, you know what I'm saying? But, Dan, let me ask you a question. If you're just a normal dude, me, you, Lummy, Rhett, and Macho Man, and you don't have any, big-time feet issues or anything like that, if you're just relaxing, should you elevate your feet? Or does it matter?
I don't know if it matters that much.
If you don't have any issues.
Right.
So if you're just normal, elevating your foot really doesn't really matter.
No, after a long day of surgery, sometimes I find myself like lying down, and really what I'm doing is elevating my feet because they do get swollen a little bit sometimes if I do like 8 hours straight of surgery. It's like standing up. I'm literally standing up for 8 hours straight.
Do they have any like cashiers cushion? Have you been to like Publix or Walmart and the girls that have to stand at the cash? They have like these little mats that they stand on that give you like a little. Do they have padded?
We have foam mats sometimes.
You guys have padded mats for surgery?
Sometimes, yes.
Let me. Did you miss one just now?
Up and
maybe not. Maybe I'm late.
Too much. it's really hard for your body to heal it. And if that toe goes bad, you know you've been through that. So
I could be in a boot though, right?
Oh yeah.
After the toe.
Yeah.
Cool. Rest. I'm not gonna sit down, so I know I'm not gonna do that.
They didn't do toe pressures because it's hard because you don't really have a good toe to get a little cuff on and get a pressure. Yeah.
Good one, dog.
Yeah.
Like I'm not sitting right here. You don't really have a good toe to get a pressure.
Well, that's one more major.
See, I don't know. I might be wrong. They may have amputated toes 1 and 2. And if that's the case, Dan, that's far harder to get around than amputating toes 4 and 5.
The big toe is so important.
I mean, like right now, just sitting here, I'm kind of tipping my feet up a little bit and putting pressure on my big toe and my second. It was 1 and 2.
Yeah, big toe and
so
second
now,
toe.
all now he's got is 3, 4, and 5, and I can see where. Like, Dan, your big toe, I mean, that's where everything...
All the power, the drive.
Yeah. Now, Dan...
Your little toes are more for stability, but your big toes for power.
Is there any way to work out your toes? Like calf raises or...
Yeah, a little bit. But the problem is, again, you heard him say that the bottom of his foot is numb. It's a posterior tibial nerve. It's actually the indication for an amputation. If you can't feel the bottom of your foot, it's useless.
That would be so horrible for Dion.
I know.
Now, if they would amputate, do they amputate, ankle?
They go below the knee probably. Like probably 6 inches below the knee. Hopefully leave enough of a
nub so that he can put a prosthetic on there.
A good prosthetic.
I will tell you
you don't
this.
need it all the way down the ankle, but you want more than just an inch or two.
And I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way. And I hope Dion gets this figured out. And I'm really thinking about my friend right now. I love him. He's been truly, when I went through some of my lowest moments and everybody abandoned me except my true friends, Jimmy Clevis, Sumo, Larry Plummer, the Diacos, Tom Bean, I could go on and on, Gooch. Dion was one of those at my lowest moment, was still my friend, thinking about you, Sponge, knowing you're going through a tough time. And so, man, I just have so much love for this guy and so when I say this, I do not say it disrespectfully. I say it in a I hope this is not the scenario kind of deal. But I will tell you this. I've seen, like, traveling a little bit and being in the airports the last couple of months, as you have, Dan, I've seen prosthetics are getting pretty damn good. I mean, like, I saw a guy in Reno before I got on the plane, and he was an amputee, like, about what we're talking about, like 6 to 8 inches down below the knee. And he had this prosthetic with a matching tennis shoe that he had on his other foot. And he was wearing shorts. And he got around. He was getting around great. I mean, he was
getting around better than Dion is currently getting around.
Right. And I'm not trying to, put a silver lining into a dark cloud. And I hope that that's not the case. I hope they get this thing fixed. But they've come a long way in prosthetics, have they not?
Yes, they have.
How do they attach it? It's
like a suction cup essentially that goes on the bottom, and then they strap it around. So you put it into this tube sort of that creates like a suction seal around it. Mm-hmm. So it's really kind of hard. It comes off like pops off.
And I think it's made out of like titanium, isn't it? It's made out of
there's a lot of different materials.
Carbon fiber.
Yeah, the part that goes around your actual leg is usually like carbon fiber now, and has very good padding inside, much better padding than we had even 15 years ago. The prosthesis itself, there's a lot of different variations of it. I mean, in the old days, it was just like a wooden thing. And it's evolved. There's more joints and shocks in it, and so it behaves more like a foot.
Oh yeah, this one, the guy I saw in Reno, it had like an ankle system on it.
Yes, yeah.
Like it had like
a pivot and a little bit of a shock.
Yeah. Like it was, it wasn't just a foot hook. It had like a little suspension system on it, so that
you can rotate through your stride, because your foot moves a lot as you walk. Right. You don't realize how much your ankle's moving.
It emulated his other foot, meaning as you push off and and it goes down. I mean, if you think about it, your ankles. If you think about it, Dan, your ankles and your foot, it's kind of your suspension for your body, and your knees, and your knees, and your hips,
and your hips.
So like your hips, knees, and ankle are kind of your suspension.
Yes, and when people run, this is something I've talked about before. When people run and they talk about, I can't run because it hurts my knees and it hurts my hips and it's because people are running on a locked foot. when you do a heel strike, when you do like the kind of running that we were taught as kids to like land on your heel, rotate through your foot, and push off on your toe, that is on a locked knee and a locked ankle. And so you're you're not utilizing the natural shock absorbers in your body. If your baby falls into the pool, you don't do heel strikes. You run on your toes like every other animal on earth. So when people do a forefoot or a midfoot strike and land on a bent knee and a slightly flexed ankle, they don't have knee and ankle pain because we're using that shock. It's a brilliant God-given element to our body that helps, temper vibration. And so, yes, landing on a normal, correct running style.
You're saying the correct way to run is to the first thing that hits the ground while you're running should be your heel?
No, that's not the first thing.
No, it's
that's
supposed
the
to be the
second
ball.
thing.
That's supposed to be the ball of your foot.
Yep. The ball, then your heel, and you're supposed to kind of like land on the outside of the ball of your foot, rotate down to your heel, and then push off on the inside midfoot. It's kind of like you're doing this.
You're
to
supposed
your foot.
You're supposed to run on the balls of your feet.
That's why. But we started doing these, Nikes with 3-inch pads in the heels, and everyone started running incorrectly. Because they used to say run barefoot, and you'll run correctly. Because again, every animal on earth runs on their toes.
Didn't a lot of athletes used to train running barefoot on the beach?
Yep.
And that would
strengthen your foot.
Really, really, because it's tougher just to even walk in sand. Let alone, because think about how many millions of adjustments your body has to make core-wise while you're walking in sand.
And your foot itself.
Yeah, exactly. You're making, all these adjustments. And so
core strength through your feet.
I used to hear that, not that I'm an athlete, that big time athletes would sometimes go to the beach early in the morning and just run up and down the beach barefooted.
Guys still do. They'll set up cones out there and run some different drills.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Longwood, 25 on the Cash App.
Joseph Linsky, $100 on the Venmo.
Oh my God.
Grouper Lips said he could 3D print Dion some new toes if he needs to.
This is not a time to be, come on.
Average Joe, $100 on the Venmo.
Did you get with Average Joe about some needle pickup Willie?
Oh yeah.
It takes a lot of energy to be this stupid. Bubba the Love Sponge.
Pressure dropped 30%, 33% in a year. That's the part that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, when we go out there, Dan, you and I, for a game, I'll have Dion say, Dion, my doctor wants to look at you a little bit. He was a team doctor for the Bucks. He probably, you know what? I bet you Dion knows Joe.
He absolutely knows him.
Yeah, absolutely knows Joe. And can he just can my guy just take a look at it, just for you to put your hands on it? And then if anything, Dane, we can at least say you touched Dion's toes.
I'll do that.
I mean, that's a party conversation, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a definite party conversation.
So they have to come all the way up here.
For some reason, there's no advantage to this extra part of bone.
So they just come like
They'll go all the way up to here every time. Once you get past here, it goes to here.
I guess at that point, what's the fucking difference?
It's just,
as I'm saying, like,
the prosthesis is not as good if you have too much of a stone. But you want some. You want to make sure you have a good functioning knee. Because above the knee is way worse than below the knee. It takes twice as much energy to walk.
Take care, everybody. Randy Watson on the Venmo. Thank you, Randy Watson. Randy Watson 10.
Good morning, Skippy.
Morning, Skippy.
Skippy. Yeah, Julio.
Ty J.
He probably just has some age-related cardiovascular diseases, lower extremities, so I think we can explain it. Good morning, Ray Guatemala.
What's up, Maria Guatemala? Go freak. Have you seen some of her Instagram posts? They're pretty hot.
Their shoe was flat. Yeah. She really exposes it.
She really throws it out there. She might be giving Country Girl a run for her money.
Biggie.
I haven't seen much of Country Girl.
She's a kicker.
She's what?
She's a kicker.
What's a kicker mean?
She's always in Kick Chat.
Oh, okay. That's where Country Girl is?
Yeah.
Where's Wizzy hang out at? I think she's a YouTuber.
I think she's all three. I've seen her bounce back and forth between Rumble Kick and YouTube.
How about Greg and Amy?
I saw Amy, YouTube. YouTube and Kicker.
YouTube, we got almost 300. Kick, we're a paltry 280. And then Rumble, we're at almost 800. Let's get Rumble up to a G-ball, please. Thank you. And then are we on Twitter?
Yes, we are. I'll send you the link.
We send me the Liz?
Yep.
We got to get that up, man. We should be doing better on that. But we have like 10 people.
Are you tweeting that you're going live on Twitter?
I'm sure.
6 a.m.
We just don't got a good conversion rate over there. It's pretty much Warren's fault.
It's all my fault.
Probably.
Let me, where's my link? I'm waiting for my motherfucking link.
There's a lot of bots on
Well, I don't know where. Yeah. Let me, where's my link?
1 second.
Well, thank you, Cheese Newland.
Not your man was.
Mommy, I still ain't got my link. Hello?
I'm trying to get it, Bubba. I'm sorry.
I know you want to hear you got computer issues because you got Grand Central Station over there. Oh, shit. Fuck. I'm doing Ringer Julie.
I'm just not my wireless.
You sent it yet? And got it.
No, I have not sent it yet, Bubba. There's an issue.
Mommy, you can control
Wi-Fi is rebooting because, and I told you.
Who is what?
The Wi-Fi is rebooting. I told Bagadas we're still having major issues with it. They're supposed to be coming today with the Frontier people.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
He rebooted the wireless internet stuff.
So does that put us back to 0 on everything?
No, that just puts me at 0 for a second.
Oh no, you're at 0 in life, bitch.
Yeah,
Trust me.
well, that's why I couldn't get it over.
He feels right at home.
Yeah, as soon as possible.
Are you at 0 in life?
I'm at 0 at life, all the time, 24/7.
You know, can you tell your wife I really appreciate her, please?
Taking care of my zeroness?
No, just in general. Like, I'd like for you to tell her that I appreciate her.
I will.
The streaming stuff is hardwired, so it's not affected.
Oh, okay. Whatever.
It's just the TVs are screwed up and money can't get on.
Stupid ass commercial again. How much fucking money did they pay for this commercial?
I know. I want to play this so you can fucking raise hell about it. Okay.
I sent it to you now.
Okay, you're the best. Okay, did I tell you that?
No, thank you, Bubba. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It seemed like we got a good money day going on today. Don't fuck that up. We need a good. 8 viewers on Twitch. Give me a break.
8.
It's
like Manson's numbers.
You know what? Let me give a fucking mess up for that right there. We don't even utter that name here. Let me give him a mess up.
Fall on your face or just a mess up?
No, that's not a fall on your face. That's a straight fucking mess up.
Mess up.
I'm out in the car listening to Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh.
Love you guys.
Gotta be Bubba. Wondering who he's gonna yell at next.
Yeah.
People from all facets of life can relate to this show, and that's why I like it.
I love it. I can't get enough.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Exactly.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, Dan's trying to get to even for the week, maybe even a plus. I think he's negative 2 right now because of that mess up.
Yes, he is.
And we knew you'd be pressing hard today, Dan. So don't press too hard, buddy.
Okay. You press too hard.
Don't press too hard. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. And if you don't want to spend $1 on us, that's cool. You know, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Those are for the hardcore willies, for the people that are really taking care of us. There's a small portion of people do the heavy lifting so that everybody else gets the show for free. But for you people that don't participate, we still love you because you can go and do other things like go to our YouTube channel and watch me and Dan play pickleball. Or just follow our Facebook and watch the videos over there. We put some stuff up there. Or go and download our podcast wherever you get your podcasting. Download the Bubba Army podcast. Be a daily downloader there. Boy, let me, having the belt is cool, but it gets cumbersome at times, does it not?
Yes, it does. The leather has been really getting out for my elbow, just
Really?
from moving so much. But I wear it proudly, and thank you, Bubba.
What a paper tiger.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Dr. Dan said that it was hurting his back the other day.
It really was, but he still wants it.
Oh, I still want this, Bubba. Thank you.
Right. It's too bad we couldn't, have something a little bit more user-friendly for the champion to be able to not hold the belt, but maybe have it behind him or something like that. So
that makes it way too easy.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. So anyway, there was these headlines that Beyonce single-handedly raised a country's inflation. So I was gonna go to that, but then this stupid ass Florida Department of Transportation road rage commercial was the pre-roll to the story, and I'm like, I stopped it because I want to play it, and it'd be interesting to see how much. Because these are our public, they take our public tax dollars and make these PSAs. They have to buy these. These aren't free.
Right. No. Someone actually made this. They had to spend money on this, and I wonder.
Well, hold on. First of all, they had to spend.
Third grade daughter made it.
First of all, they had to spend money on a production company to make it, which would be interesting to know how much that cost. Because literally, it looks like it took about maybe $50 to make.
Right.
And then, secondly, they have to go to all these, platforms, Facebook, YouTube, wherever they're running them, or they have an advertising agency, and they're, these aren't free.
No, they're probably spending $100,000 a week or more on it,
Yeah.
And so I love to know how much they spent to have this thing produced.
Grouper Lips gifted 10 subs on Kick.
Is that findable?
What do you mean?
Like, can we figure out how much they
I
spent?
don't know. I guess you know what? Probably.
I'm looking.
You're the lawyer, but maybe through a public request, maybe a FOIA, for a FOIA request, or under the Sunshine Act. So is it the Sunshine Act?
Sunshine Law.
Yeah, Sunshine Law. Everything that the Department of Transportation, which is a subsidiary of the state of Florida, anything their budgets are very much public. But it would be interesting to see, tobacco-free Florida. Remember when you used to watch the Rays game and it was tobacco-free Florida? I often thought, I wonder how much money tobacco-free Florida has to spend to be every time the Rays would break, after 3 outs, before they would be in between innings, after innings, and mid innings, they'd always have a tobacco-free Florida commercial. And I think, I'd be interesting to see how much they spend. But Lummy, let's do some research on what the Department of because it's FDOT. It even says towards the ends of it. And here's this stupid commercial that we see nearly every. Dan, I bet you they geo-target it where it only goes to people in Florida. They can do that. So they buy.
Oh, definitely. But it's also, I've seen it on TV. This is not just here
I know, but
online.
They
they
geo-target, they're not running this in Wisconsin. They're
they're
only running this in
it.
Florida.
Yes,
right.
yes.
Here we go. Oh, I got to turn the. You mother F! I went to hit it. Let me. Oh, here we go. Embrace the space. Oh. It's given me.
It's a whole campaign with the same guy. The guy with the frown should be in a black car with a gold chain.
Well, he should be like first of all, they shouldn't have same cars because a guy that's playing some rock music, some metal music, and is driving like an idiot is not gonna. Although they have made the car sportier,
a little bit,
and then the other car is kind of more, hoopty-ass, like family
squarish,
car,
right?
So the squarish, and I cannot listen. Let me. I'm trying to make it bigger, but it won't make it bigger.
Of course.
So. One guy's just Johnny Smooth dude, and he's running around. He's got these sunglasses on, and he's just being super. Here, I'll play it from the beginning. me see here. Boom. And he's just
he's like an old Canadian that's just visiting, hanging out, enjoying the palm trees.
And the thing about it is he's not even, the other guy's not even road raging. The other guy's just going the speed limit. This guy's Johnny,
going too slow.
That's probably that kind of the area. It looks looks like maybe a 35 to 40 mile an hour kind of near the city zone, right?
Yeah, the outskirts of downtown.
Right. So, maybe like what Kennedy would be.
Right.
And so the road rage guy, he's going 40. This guy just happens to be going 25. That's the problem.
Right.
Johnny Cool Guy.
Moving speed bump.
That's Dan.
I waved. I waved twice. See, it's such a stupid commercial. There's no explanation for the transformation.
Keep the distance.
Keep your distance. Embrace the space.
Sounds like Rhett did the voiceover. Let everybody get one. I'm sorry. Let everyone get home. TargetZeroFlorida.com. Now, let me. What's all this down here? Lo-fi beats. Feel the groove.
I think they want you to listen to this music while you drive.
Oh
no!
They
way.
are YouTube music play. They are YouTube music playlists that belong to FL Vibe Guy, who is the guy in the commercial.
Look at it. Says
so. You get a playlist.
Custom do not disturb messages. It's time to find your chill. Downloads. Blah blah blah. So again, let me look. Florida Department. This is a Florida Department of Transportation initiative, so to speak. And I bet you could find out through a public records request or whatever what they spent on
these commercials.
I mean, they've got animation where it looks like it's completely real, and this looks like they took a cutout paper drawing of a card on a popsicle stick and moved it across the screen. I mean, it is pathetic.
Here it is. Now, see, where they're messing is if you're road raging, you go in there and short space a guy. You make a quick right.
Right.
Make that guy have to lock it up. Mm-hmm. Then you flip him off. Mm-hmm. Right.
Mm-hmm. And bust out your gun.
They're not even being. We're not suggesting busting out your gun, brandishing a weapon. I mean, that's a mess up.
That's a mess up.
I didn't suggest it. I was just saying.
Yes, you did.
You think that he would do it?
No, you said or show your gun. I mean, damn, we got to be. People are gunning for us at all times. We're big time. Yeah, and you're right, Dan. Like, what clicked? Like, if they would have showed him take a big hit off a weed.
Went off. Wait. Do you see? There's a light bulb.
Yeah.
A light bulb went off. He had an epiphany.
Right.
He suddenly had this sensation. Like, wait a second. I'm not a dick. I'm actually a nice guy.
Well, I think if you're a dick, those epiphanies don't come very often. To be honest with you,
I've never had one.
Now, if they would have showed him hit a big joint, and then all the car gets full of smoke, and then like a minute later, now he's Johnny Cool Guy. Mm-hmm. I get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Keep your distance. Embrace the space.
Man, how woke are we? Like, we are just some woke-ass snowflaking bitches.
Surprised the guy didn't have a mask on.
Embrace the space.
Here we go.
Ready for some Bayflation? I know I'm
okay.
All right, Brad. Give me some.
Yeah.
About time.
All right. It took you about 5 minutes.
Huh? Why is everything so...
Can I stab myself in the face a few times, please?
Why is everything so jive? I'm just saying, like, man, like...
Bayflation? I know I'm okay.
All right, Brad. Give me some.
Yeah.
About time.
All right.
It took you about 5 minutes.
I don't know if my mom would appreciate this.
You won't break my soul. Beyonce can rock a stadium and a country's economy. Here's why. All right, I sold it before I actually broke down the story.
Man, I got to tell you, Beyonce still... What is she, 50? What is she, 40?
She's in her 40s at least.
Let me ask. Hey, Alexa, how old is Beyonce?
Beyonce is 41 years old.
She's still keeping it tight.
Yeah, God bless her.
She's still keeping. I mean, Jay-Z probably is like, you don't keep it tight. I got 46 on the back, ready to come in.
Yeah.
Had a
Here we go.
couple
Superstars.
kids.
What? Yeah, 2 kids.
Renaissance tour is being blamed for raising Sweden's inflation rate by about 0.2 of a percentage point last month. Here's what an economist says.
This is an absolute non-story. Here's what an economist from Sweden says.
Beyonce fans flocked to Stockholm and sent hotel prices soaring when she launched her tour there on May 10th and 11th. He says that was enough to affect inflation nationwide. Look, hotel rooms were booked 40 miles outside of the stadium.
It's the same thing that happens when any big event comes to a city, whether it's the Final Four comes to a city, whether it's the World Series comes to a city, whether it's the granddaddy of all that has the most economic impact, the Super Bowl. When the Super Bowl comes to the city, I mean, like Lummy, the Hyatt House, which we try to make the host hotel. The first year we made it to host hotel, it was $129 a night. Well, when Tom Brady signed with the Bucks, and for the 3 years or 2 years or however many years he was here, and it was more than a 75% chance that weekend that we always have BARP, we were probably going to be hosting a playoff game.
Yep.
Now they won't even, the Hyatt House won't even give us rooms now. We had to go to the Spring Hill Suite deal. Major, can you imagine what Taylor Swift did to the economy here in Florida? You can look at it
for inflation of Tampa.
You can look at it one of two ways. You can look at it as
stimulus.
Yeah, why don't you look at it as, how much she brought into the city compared to what the inflation level, because the inflation is very short term. It's only for those people that are in town for that particular
Right,
time.
It's transient. They don't jack the prices up to $600 a night forever.
Right.
It's just for the 2-day week.
I mean,
the 2-day tour.
The Holiday Inn Express down here, Lummy, when Taylor Swift was in town, was probably $310.
Yeah.
Tonight you could probably get a room for $105. Right?
Yeah, about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Beyonce can move markets. She's like Warren Buffett.
No.
Absolutely. I know multiple people who've gone to Europe just to see her concert.
I mean, our very own executive producer, Shauna Thomas, went to Scotland to see Beyonce.
That's right.
I mean,
how about that?
What a non-story.
Yeah,
to what an absolute non-story.
The only one that really affects inflation right now is Biden and his policy, his monetary policy. It's been catastrophic. We've had inflation numbers we haven't seen in 30, 40 years.
We've had inflation numbers we've not seen since Jimmy Carter.
Well, I'm sure Lionel Messi going to Miami as well isn't going to help out in Florida. All the money he's about to bring in down there.
Boy, that was a huge score for them, was it not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but is he on
like
the
Pele? He's like today's Pele.
Is he on the backside? He's on the backside, though, isn't he?
Dude,
He is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why he's in MLS. But just the sheer amount of people who are interested in him or are going to travel to see him. Their Instagram account for the soccer team had 1.1 million followers the day they signed him. 24 hours later, had over 5.5 million.
So here's the thing.
He's like a Tom Brady. Like, he's still
Yep.
great. He just maybe has a little less durability.
That's
But as
why
far
you're
as,
on the MLS, because it's not near the league as the Premier League and the other leagues over there.
Yeah, even
right?
on the downhill, he's going to play circles around those guys.
So, yeah, exactly. I mean, and he's also probably one of the top 4, maybe 3 of all time. You got Pele.
Yeah, top 5 maybe of all time, but he's certainly like the top guy, the most famous guy in soccer right now.
Right.
Over the last 5, 6 years.
I mean, he's equivalent to, the analogy would be Tom Brady. When Tom Brady was on the backside of his career, look what he did. Look what Tom Brady did to Tampa, Florida.
Oh, yeah.
He sold out the stadium that wasn't sold out.
Yep.
He
had inflation. He contributed to the inflation in Tampa.
Yeah, he did.
I mean,
We're still paying for it.
Housing prices went up. Everything went up.
Don't we have to? Aren't we on the hook for $25 million this year for him?
No, they already that was dead cap. The Bucks already swallowed it, so they're done. There was a situation where if he filed his paperwork after June 1st, the Bucks would have had, I think, 2 years to eat that dead cap. So it would have been like,
it up.
Yeah, it would have been like $20 million this year and then $25 million next year. But instead, he filed his retirement paperwork with the league before that deadline, so the Bucks had to eat the $45 million all up front. Which is honestly, like, it kind of sucks for the offseason, but it was probably better for the team.
Yeah, but
in
does
the
that
long
mean
run.
he got it all then right then?
Yeah.
Like he file it before June 1st so that he got it then rather than stretching it out over 2 years?
More than likely, yeah.
Wow.
Now, because he retired and we lost that salary cap money, can he sign for another team this year?
Yeah.
It would have to go through owner's approval because he does now own a minority stake in the Raiders.
Can you believe that?
So if he were to suit up and play for any team, which I don't think there's a rule against, it would just have to be cleared. I think it's 30 out of 32 NFL owners would have to approve it.
Speaking of the Raiders, I don't want to get too far down the weeds in this deal because I know Dan's got some inside information and he's actually personal friends with John Gruden. But you talk about an absolute screw job. You talk about a guy. I mean, I've been railroaded in my life. This guy got completely sold down the river.
I think he's going to make a comeback, though. Have you seen the video of him coaching over at Skyway Park this week?
Hold on.
He's been working with Carson Wentz.
Where Dan and I go?
Yeah. He goes out there. There's
Does he live in Tampa, Dan?
Yes, he has a house here still.
Yo Murphy
Goes back and forth.
Yo Murphy rents the field out every day at Skyway. I was talking to my buddy that runs it, and he said that John Gruden comes out probably once a week. They got a lot of NFL players that go there. Randy Moss was there a couple months ago with John Gruden.
Can I go out for a pass?
I'm sure. Why not?
Hey, just not everybody has caught a pass from Tom Brady.
It's true.
True.
I think that the NFL screwed him more than the Raiders screwed him.
Are they still in that lawsuit?
Yes,
Yeah,
he's got a massive lawsuit against the NFL.
He's going to listen.
And he should win.
I'm not a lawyer, but Dan, I'm going to give some legal opinion, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong, or refine it. Okay. Anytime you have a lawsuit that's this significant in dollars, meaning I think he's suing for well over $100 million.
Yep.
Okay. So anytime you got a lawsuit against a major corporation that's this large,
that has that kind of money,
the longer it goes, the more it's an advantage for the defendant. I mean, I'm sorry, for the plaintiff. The defendant's freaked out right now. And listen, usually when it's not a big deal, a quickie settles. It's not that big. This is a big deal, man. There's a lot of things.
And there's a couple wrinkles to this that you may not know.
Can you speak of?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Some people, when they're in a lawsuit, are so destitute that they have financial pressure to settle a suit early.
Hold on. I was in that situation with my last federal one. I settled just so that I didn't get my house foreclosed on.
Right.
Because I had exhausted every dollar I had in my federal attorney. Well, what people don't realize is John Gruden probably has 30, 40 million saved.
Yeah.
And
that's the whole point he was trying to emphasize to me when he was talking to me about it.
I'm not desperate to have to take their offer.
It's fat alligator.
I can see this through.
Mm-hmm. You can sit and wait. And when he wants more than even the money, because he says, I'm fine for life. I've saved my money. I've been responsible. I've made a ton of money over the last 20 years. But he wants the depositions. He wants them to go through discovery, and they don't want that. So they're going to try to settle, I think, with a big fat number pretty early on, and he may not take it. He may insist on going through discovery.
He may say, you know what? I don't want your 50 or 60 million.
I want all of it.
I'm gonna win my 100 that I'm asking for. It's gonna take 3 extra years than you guys want it to be, but I'm gonna have Roger Goodell, I'm gonna have Daniel Snyder, I'm gonna have everybody that everybody
that threw me under the bus.
I'm going to depose them. I'm gonna have discovery on all emails sent, and then on the emails that were similar to mine or inappropriate or whatever. I want to ask those. I want to ask Roger Goodell, why isn't this guy getting in trouble?
And that's the biggest thing I think is going to help Gruden throughout this process is that he should not have been the only guy who went down for this. Thousands upon thousands of emails, and he's the only one that was
the general manager of the
owner,
the commander,
and he sold the team and is already looking to wash his hands with this. So he's going to get dragged back into this as he should.
Bruce Allen, Bubba, I think you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Dan Snyder.
No,
he's also got some dirt, man.
No, but the majority of Gruden's. Where they plucked Gruden's potential, well, I don't think they were problematic, but they did. They're problematic emails. They plucked them from his correspondence with Allen.
Right.
That's where they got him
his
from.
Old friend because Bruce Allen was the general manager at Tampa when Gruden was
They've
here.
been boys.
And Bruce Allen's a great guy. And he's a really nice man. His
been
brother
boys.
was a senator.
They've been boys, and so they email back and forth like boys. Dan and I text and talk and hang out and say inappropriate things that we don't want others to know.
And touch each other inappropriately sometimes.
We do, and I've touched, Dan's touched my wiener, I've touched his butt, but like, here's the deal. Like, what if somebody broke into our deal? Well, that's almost like the Hogan sex tape. Only one guy got in trouble for it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? It's very similar. But I'm going to tell you right now, man, where the NFL is messing up is John Gruden doesn't have to take your little bullcrap settlement. John Gruden can see this thing to trial, and when you go to trial, you've exhausted the deposition phase and the discovery phase. And so that means he'll have all the data, all of it. And I got
all the dirt.
And all the dirt. And when you're in front of a jury, and they're like, well, John Gruden got kicked out of the NFL. He'll never make the Hall of Fame. Here's a Hall of Fame coach that'll never be in the Hall of Fame until he rights this wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So the damage is just, he lost. I think he had 10% ownership in
the Raiders.
In the Raiders.
Yeah. They gave it to Tom Brady.
And so, a jury.
Let's see his emails.
A jury starts talking in the deliberation room, and they're like, "Well, hold on now. So, Coach Gruden got in trouble for these 3 emails, but these 15 emails sent by others who are just as inappropriate or whatever as Gruden's, these people got off scot-free. Yes. Why is that?
Jesus said it best.
Who did?
Jesus.
Okay.
He said, let he who has not sinned cast the first stone. And all these guys are guilty. They know they're guilty. If you go back an indefinite amount of time on anyone in the NFL, there's a bad email. There's a bad text. There's a bad something, because everyone is guilty. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, everyone does it. Everyone has made jokes that could be deemed by a third party as inappropriate or insensitive. Sorry, you snowflakes. Happens.
This is what you want. Bump and run coverage from the best they got. Make them go in, out, and in. Nice. I'm going to push up the field. I'm going to yell, man, 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 man. I like it, Todd. We got a 12 to 14
He's
yard.
So good.
We call it a basic cross.
If I'm a college, I wanted it to be Notre Dame when they got rid of Brian Kelly, because I hate him. But the new guy is all right.
Yeah,
he's all right. Yeah. But man, Coach Gruden's from South Bend, Indiana. That's where he was. That's his dad was a huge offensive coordinator for Notre Dame. He graduated from St. Joe's High, or either South Bend Adams or St. Joe High. He spent a lot of his time and growing up as a teenager in South Bend, Indiana, and he's always been connected to Notre Dame through his father. And I know many a times they've almost hired him, but boy, if you can't, obviously, Dan, you can't get a job in the pros right now because you got a huge lawsuit going against the league.
Them, right?
But man, doesn't stop any college. If I was USF, that's the guy I'd hire.
Well, they were talking about that before. Gruden right now is he's doing consulting work for the Saints.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
It's a wonder the league's letting him.
That's
right, Dan?
That's a controversy right now.
Buzz the flat to take away James. He might fall back.
He is such a good coach.
Because you got to think about it, Derek Carr.
Dan, you worked for him. You did the majority of your doctoring under his
all of it. Yeah. Almost all of it. There's a little bit under
Tony
Dungy, but most of it was under Gruden, and
90% of 90% of it was Gruden.
90%, and he's an amazing man. He understands football as well, or if not better, than any human being alive, and he's a motivator, and he knows how to get the point across to the guy he's trying to coach, and he can communicate. With him.
Is that Metcalf? I mean, who is that?
I don't know. I was trying to ask.
He's a stud, whoever he is.
So now you, my friend, are going to run a China route. Just run it right. Boom! You're going to come back in here out of China. Points to the ground.
Because you got to remember, the Saints signed Derek Carr, and Derek Carr had some of his best seasons under Gruden.
Oh, that's right. Saints signed Carr. Yep. Carr needs Gruden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's
Saints signed Gruden.
Quarterback whisperer.
I mean, listen, his very, very, very first claim to fame as a quarterback whisperer was none other than Brett Favre.
Yeah.
He was he kind of got started in the league with Mike Holmgren and Brett Favre, I think.
Yep.
Dan, that's right where we play.
It's awesome.
See, Lummy, Dan, that's what I was trying to teach our kids.
Right, I understand. You still have to teach it to the college kids.
No, I know.
They never learn it.
But isn't it amazing? As I was teaching this,
just like that, you were doing that. You step here and then you cut this way.
This is what I was telling the kids, and you know what?
Gruden.
We were 2-0 when our kids started doing that. Watch this.
Break off that foot. You're exploding to the outside. That ball's going to be right in front of you. Oh.
It's undefensible. It's indefensible.
Yep.
If you run that route
the correct way,
unless the guy jumps a route, and that's just because you've done it too many times.
Well, unless you got Jameis Winston at quarterback.
Do you know?
too.
Do you know who they say might have been throwing the ball to that? You remember Carson Wentz?
Yeah.
He hired John Gruden to help him throw, and he was in Tampa for the last 2 weeks.
We got to know these plays, man. I mean, hell, they only give coaches about 30 minutes to coach, or I get thrown in jail. He wants you to push up 10 to 12 yards, chase him down, get going, Vince.
See, this is a coach.
Right.
All too
and
often.
I grab my players like that. I walk them and I turn their shoulders and go this way, and then but it's because I learned it from him. I watched him do that exact move.
I mean, you were at every practice, every
years.
game. Yeah.
I mean, it's a hands-on coaching experience.
When Brian Kelly was the coach for Notre Dame, one of my good friend Tim Collins is been with the University of Notre Dame for 35 years. He still listens to the show every day.
Nice.
And he runs the audio-visual department for the entire athletic program. But he specifically oversees football. So he goes Dan, he's the one that makes sure that the practices and games get taped, not the way you see them on TV.
I understand.
But, and then distributes each copy to each coach and has the defensive coaches may not, they don't care what their team's offense is doing. They want tape on the team they're playing's offense. You know what I'm saying? Or They want tape on their latest performance so they can break that down. So when I went to when Notre Dame was playing in the Citrus Bowl against, I think it might have been LSU a few years ago.
I believe you are correct.
And they won. They were practicing at a high school in Orlando, and my buddy Tim Collins called me and said, "Hey, do you and Tyler want to come over and just there's nobody allowed here, but I'll get you in." And you can just watch practice. And I think they were one of only 4 or 5 teams that had this technology back then. But Dan, they have this thing that's this, that looks kind of like, how NASCAR's pit boxes look? Where the crew chief sits.
Right.
They have one of those, and 2 guys are sitting at the top of it with TV monitors, and then they got these 2 big towers on each side of the goal lines. These 2 big, they go up 30 foot with these bubble cameras, and they're completely, Tim and his guys are completely, zooming in and stuff like that, and they completely tape practice. And
they do that at the Bucs. They've been doing that. It's so critical.
Right. And so I was watching how Notre Dame practice. And it's all individual groups and stuff like that. But Brian Kelly, that lazy fat ass, all he did was report in to each coordinator, how's it going, how's special team. He never, ever coached like this, where he got out and put his hands on a guy and said, I want you running this route, cut here. He wasn't hands-on at all. And I love coaches that are hands-on.
Yeah, Gruden was doing that for the Bucs.
Oh, he's been doing it all. He's been doing it all. He's been doing it his entire career.
If you're a college coach, you got to be careful. They lost that old USF guy his job. Getting too hands-on with his players.
Yeah, but he yoked a guy up at halftime.
And he still should have.
And he should have never been fired.
No, he shouldn't have.
Here's the problem.
What do you mean, no, he shouldn't have?
He shouldn't have been fired.
He shouldn't.
Oh, I thought you shouldn't have put his
Hold on,
his hands on the guy.
Talking about Jim Levitt.
Yeah.
And at halftime, there was this walk-on guy. And
Joel Miller.
It was never. I don't think he ever played one down.
Well, that year was his first year of play. He was a walk-on, but yeah, he played kick return.
So anyway, listen. So USF's either playing flat, getting beat, and Coach Levitz walks in and just grabs the first player he can and shakes him and says, "Come on, guys. Come on, we're playing like a bunch of pussies." That's what he said.
He hit him over the head with a baseball bat.
No, he didn't.
That's what I'm saying.
No. He grabbed the guy's shoulder pads and riled him up a little bit. That's not a big deal. Man, do you know how many times I got called to the sidelines by Coach Woody, and he took my face mask and twisted it up like this and said, "Clem, when are you going to start playing football, bitch? How many times are you going to jump offside, Clem?" Sorry, sir. So,
it's powerful.
And here's something that you may not know. Do you know why this got made into a big deal, Dan? Because guess who he lawyered up with? Barry Cohen.
Oh, Barry Cohen.
So
yeah.
Barry Cohen, who's dead now, Barry Cohen used to be this sling and D attorney that everybody was afraid of, that was very flamboyant, that was very just whatever. I never liked the guy. And this college walk-on kid who got ruffled up a little bit by the coach hires Barry Cohen. Barry Cohen puts pressure on the university the way Barry Cohen can. And next thing you know, we haven't had a University of South Florida has not had a program since.
I think even God pisses on his grave. What a scumbag Cohen was.
You know, like, right, Lummy? I mean, at one time, Jim Levitz had the University of South Florida rated number 2 in the nation, on a startup program.
Yeah.
On a program that was less than 7 years old, he had them at number 2 at one time. Now, granted, we choked against Cincinnati the next week, but nonetheless.
That was the bracket buster year for everybody. That 07 season, it seemed like all the teams that were slated to really be good down the stretch were losing upsets every week.
I mean, Jim Levitz had the it factor. He knew, and he didn't have near the facility they are getting ready to have. He got the best. He was a good coach. I think he's in the NFL for the Niners or the Seahawks or somebody. Is it there's a linebacker?
No, he's been jumping around. He finally kind of retired. He has 2 kids. He's coaching his daughter's flag football team.
As he should. Hello. Is he here local?
Hey, Bubba. Yeah, he's in Tampa.
You know what? I'd love to interview him.
Okay.
Reach out.
I will.
And since he's in, we could have him in studio.
Yeah.
Like as a podcast. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, it's Dave from West Palm.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, one of the things I was going to say is what's wrong with society is we've become you're guilty until proven innocent.
Oh, yeah, that's one of the flips, yeah.
Well, remember that, that Buffalo Bills punter or kicker who got let go last year?
Yeah.
And it turns out he wasn't even there, and he got let go, he got fired, reputation thrown away.
Yeah.
For what?
The Buffalo Bills drafted this guy out of San Diego State.
Matt
He was a super good punter, and he was going to, I think he was made the team. And then all of a sudden, some bitch says that she was at a fraternity party, and he, did some Cheeto fingers on her, something like that.
No, raped, had a 4 guys. Yeah, gangbang.
Meanwhile, she got gangbanged, and I feel for her, and that's not right, and the people that did it should be held accountable. But she thought, and this guy was a very popular guy at San Diego State because he was going to go pro, and she just threw his name in there as a potential guy. And so they just got done with the invest, and come to find out, so the guy gets cut from the Bills, ruins his life, has his reputation ruined, that he, gang raped a girl at San Diego State. Took a year for the data to come out. Year later, the guy wasn't even there. He wasn't even there.
But they tried him and convicted him in the NFL and in the media.
But I promise you that there was, and there's been some stories that have said that he wasn't there and this and that. But it wasn't. Those stories are not nearly as published or as known as the initial he raped a girl.
Yep.
Am I right, buddy?
You are right.
Is that what you were going to say, Dave?
That was. That's it. I'll let you guys go.
Thanks, buddy. Back over to Gruden, then Word, running late. Stand by. I tell you, whoever's quarterback, they're throwing some dimes.
Supposedly it's Carson Wentz.
Indefensible. That's what we got to teach the comeback route, Dan. That's what we got to teach our guys. That's what we're doing next year. Break off with a comeback.
Okay.
You cannot. Now you eliminate the pick six possibility because you're coming to the ball. Ready? Watch this. Boom. Stop up. No. Now come back. Boom.
He's inbound.
This guy might not be in the league, Lummy, because all leagues are going just wrapped up OTAs. I don't know how old this is though.
No, this was this week.
This was right before.
There is Winch right there. Is that him?
Yep.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, so he was throwing it. Yeah.
Hey, so I want to show you something.
I believe this was Tuesday.
Be interesting to know who this guy is, because this guy seems to be the one they were concentrating on, and got the majority of the work. Right?
Yeah.
Now who's Carson Winch with?
No one. That's why he's with Gruden. He's trying to get picked up. He's studying film and throwing with Gruden right now in Tampa for the last 2 weeks.
Well, if Baker Mayfield sucks, he's better than our alternatives.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I'd take him over.
Hold on.
Trask. Trask sucks.
I'll one better you. If I'm the Bucks, I'd take Gruden over Bulls.
Shoot, all day long.
Uncensored, unfiltered, unfettered.
Thanks for the info.
Uncensored, unfiltered, and unfettered. It's Bubba the Love Sponge.
They took his name down, the statue out.
I mean, it's fucked up. So fucked up.
They just.
What happened? Yeah, they completely tried to erase him from history.
Yep. Everyone, Cash App Venmo. Thank you, Average Joe, Randy Watson. The Richard Longwood kicker.
What's on my low? Who's on my kickers over here? I got 354. I see Kenny Effin Powers. I see Iggy. Can't you see? You got the biggest biceps known to me. 25's big ass nose. Lummy's gob. LM Close. What's up, LM Close? Lummy, we got to start kind of roughing in the Hi, Dave Leroy. Roughing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Isn't this when we start talking about it?
Yeah, I think last year we picked around July. Right around that, right after the 4th of July.
Mount Pleasure.
Something else, Mount Pleasure, yeah. Hazard, Greenback 73.
Refresh your numbers, Bubs. Okay, I'm going to refresh my numbers. I have 385, but maybe we're better than that. Hold on. Now 365, bitch. Told me to refresh it. What's up, Holyoke? I'm refreshing my numbers, Egg, and it's not getting any better, lover. It's getting worse. Now at 370, okay, fucking 5 points, you be out. Who's over here? Boy, we're fucking killing it on Twitter right now, Lummy. We're up to fucking 7 people.
Woo!
Just straight fucking killing it like the pimps that we are.
Well, a lot of people say that when they see it on Twitter, they go to the other platforms.
Oh, okay.
Because we have 1,600. We had 1,600 people see the post.
Thank you.
I found 2 in the fridge. Is that okay?
What?
800. So 4 little bullshit ones. Sure. Big boy, 800. Bob, I know you're busy, but can you give me a squeeze, please? My back is fucking killing me.
No, motherfucker, no.
Okay.
Of course I can. My squeeze clothes is your prescription pad.
Please, it sure is, dude. Can't get to it.
No, me, how many times like day I need something cold in, motherfucker? No, not there. Hold on.
Lord.
Let your feet in.
Go one lower. You go a little lower.
Right here.
There you go on these jobs.
It's way up high.
Thank you.
It's way up high, like even higher than that.
Oh, thank you.
It's like on the right side.
Right
Right there, right where your thumb is. Right
Here?
there. It's right there.
You knew Dan was Catholic? Italian. Most folks were Italians are Catholic.
The whole fucking muscle. That like round boy
It's that whole,
all fucking jacked
like,
up. You feel it.
like right
Yeah,
here.
yeah, that whole area.
Like from here down to here.
Yep.
And
Oh, yeah, right there. It hurts right there where you're poking. That whole area. It just, I can't get to it.
it's like hold on, just like a, it's not. It's there's a
It's
little.
not my back, it's like my scapula.
Yeah. It feels, but it doesn't have a prominent lump or a prominent nodule or nothing. Oh, those are good. Those are 800s.
Yeah, big boy ones. Thank you very much.
Lummy, did anybody ever find my motherfucking Lummies?
Thanks, Bubba.
No problem, buddy.
Helped a little bit.
Not like it should.
You ever see those like magic wand looking thumpers?
Oh, they're the best.
Yeah, Steve put that on me a couple days ago. It was kind of helpful. But then like I had a headache for half an hour afterwards.
I mean, I can't find my motherfucking. I'm just gonna play Arlene. That's one of my favorites.
Arlene.
I can't find Trapper Keeper Lummy.
You gonna have to put it on the button bar?
Yeah, well, better burn me a new one.
Okay. I'll just burn a new one then.
I found it.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's the Amy.
Man, I would love to go. I'd love to go see Coach Gruden.
Just how he breaks everything down. Should have made him up too.
He had a colonoscopy this month too.
Coach did?
Yeah.
Did you handle it?
No. He was getting his colonoscopy.
Who does he stay closest with? You, Steve, or Jay?
Oh, me. He doesn't talk to Steve or Jay.
Should have been into your practice.
I did, and he was going to go, but he had this procedure last week. I told you Danny won the championship too in go-karting, right?
No.
The season championship, yeah, Danny won.
Nice.
Bubba the Love Sponge! I love everything about the show.
Every day for 4 hours, man. It just makes time fly by.
Gotta be Bubba.
This is awesome. I love it.
And I spent about 2 hours in my car when it's supposed to be a 20-minute break.
Yeah.
Bubba the Love Sponge!
You're
or Tuttle's gonna replace. My heart is broken.
I mean, the only thing
I'm not even mad at you. I do want to hit you in the head, but I we're doing a lot of, by the way, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge show, funded by you, ladies and gentlemen. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. If you can't give, we understand it's tough out there right now. Even when Dan has to do like a $10,000 brake job on his Ferrari, it hurts him a little bit.
It does hurt.
Like when you ever have like major repairs on your Ferrari and nothing is inexpensive on your Ferrari, you're like, oh my God, what in the hell? $10,000 for new brakes?
Yeah. Well, that's why I take it to Terry, because $10,000 is really $1,500.
For real.
In Terry's land.
God, I love Terry.
He's the best. I mean, Preferred Auto Service. I mean, he's helped everyone I know.
And I'm the latest one to join the. By the way, Jimmy Cleavis found him.
Yep, that's Jimmy's find.
And
Absolutely.
the Diacos have since devoured him.
Oh my God, dude! I've taken such advantage of that guy. But he calls me. I help him when he needs help too. But I even had a guy that was like like a job or like a guy that cleans up, like a custodial guy at the surgery center once. He was getting completely screwed over on his like hunk of crap car by some third-rate shop, and I sent him over to Terry, and Terry took care of him.
Anyway.
It's just honest. I mean, how often do you get an honest car repairman?
Not only that, but in today's age, to find a guy that owns his own car shop with one worker, but has the ability. Now, there's a lot of guys who can wrench on a Chevy, or a Ford, or have like some diagnostic equipment that they can plug in and do pretty much even up to date stuff, but. Not a lot of and you would consider Terry a mom and pop shop, right? It's not a big.
Yeah, it's a local shop. It's not franchise.
Yeah,
no, it's just a small.
It's him and two dudes.
Yeah.
If he can find the work.
Yeah, him and 1.5 guys.
And so, how many mom and pop 3-bay garages do you know of in your city where the guy's capable of working on a Bugatti, a Ferrari, a Mercedes, a Porsche, a Jaguar, and a Chevy.
Right.
Right?
He does everything. I don't know how much. I don't know if he's ever done the Bugattis, but he does everything from Rolls and Bentleys and Ferraris and Porsches.
He used to
Lamborghinis.
I think he used to be a master technician at Mercedes.
That's how he started it.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. So he does all the German and American cars. He does Japanese cars. He does everything. There's not really anything he doesn't like. He doesn't like transmissions. But other than that, he does everything. He'll find the guy for it. But he's such an angel, and he's so good at diagnosing things too. Because people are like, I'm not really sure what's going on. He'll tell you in 2 seconds.
Not only that, but what was 10,000 at Ferrari's, 2,200 at his.
Yeah, he's honest.
So,
and if
what's
you
it called? What's it called? Preferred
Auto Service.
Preferred Auto Service. It's in. It's kind of over by
Drew
the George.
Park?
It's kind of over by. It's in Drew Park. Kind of over by the
Yankee Stadium.
Yankee Stadium.
It's like a block from there.
Yeah. Preferred Auto Service. Guy's name is Terry. If you need seriously, I'm not trying to deter anybody from taking your car to the dealership, but man, if you're
out of service, out of warranty, then take it to Terry.
Right. Anyway, I don't know how we got up to Terry.
TTT, take it to Terry.
Let me give you that air check. I want to send it to Terry.
Gotcha.
But we're doing a lot of things.
Can I give his number?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's 813-875-8007.
One more time, 813-875-8007. Let me write that part in there, too. A little mix minus edit Willie.
No problem.
So anyway,
Thanks,
we're
being a lifesaver.
Yeah, Terry, thank you for all that you've done for me. My God.
We had that big accident and all that stuff.
Before Eric totaled the Benz, he had the Benz looking pretty damn good. Still sick in my stomach about that.
I know.
Now I'm shocked she's driving a Toyota. I love it. It's a great car. I got a good deal on it, but whatever. Anyway, how this topic was brought up is we're doing a lot of things to our studios right now. We're really, really in the middle of an equipment rehab, trying to make things more easier, trying to upgrade our internet, trying to eventually we'd like to be, when we're live visually, we'd like to be live on 6 platforms. Kick, Rumble, Twitter, Facebook. I forget the 6. YouTube, maybe Twitch.
But they more and more they talk about how they don't like people streaming, like multi-streaming.
I think Twitch is going to have to change their opinions on a lot of things.
Twitch is like teaming up with MySpace for a comeback.
They're going to whittle themselves down to zero.
Right.
The damage has been done.
They've woke and snowflaked themselves right down to zero. We used to be exclusively Twitch. And I basically I'm doing one Twitch show a week just to keep your Amazon Prime. For those that subscribe to our channel on Amazon Prime, I want you to be able to get something. Because with your Amazon Prime membership comes a free subscription to any channel on Twitch. All Bubba Army always subscribes to us, but if we're not doing anything over there, it's not worth it. So we're doing one show a week, Twitch Tuesdays, which are our after show. But that being said, we also ordered a new piece of equipment yesterday because we have, and I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. I don't want to give our long-term goal or strategy, but we are, I think Lummy and Mach and Rhett would all agree, we're really, really concentrating on making some huge changes on BubbaArmyRadio.com.
Yeah, that's kind of the main, that's the biggest goal we have left right now.
And if indeed,
it'll be worth it for everybody.
If indeed we are able to pull off what we're trying to pull off. Now, the most glaring change needs, and we're in the middle of working with a graphic guy to get the graphics. Will be the last thing that we do. We have to fix the engine first, so to speak. The graphics are like the wheels. We're going to put some nice 22s on it when we get a chance. But the engine, the actual engine of BubbaArmyRadio.com is down to it used to be a V8. We're down to 3 cylinders. It's not
got a misfire in.
Yeah,
we got a lawnmower engine in the car.
We're almost on the hook. We're almost ready for Crockett's Towing to come get us. We're almost dead. So we are talking to a couple different companies on distributing the show. It'll still be Bubba Army Radio, but there's going to be some features that you're going to absolutely freak out over. Yeah. And this is for people not only that subscribe to Bubba Army Radio, but to those that don't. We're going to make it very attractive for you as well. Now, don't forget, BubbaArmyRadio.com is kind of like my entire, it will be like the Netflix of Bubba, meaning almost everything I've done, even dating back, some of which, Lummy, some 98 Rock stuff's on there, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
So, almost everything I've ever done since, 98 Rock, there's bits and pieces of 98 Rock, but all of Sirius is in there. Everything. If you wanted to listen to a show from July 10th, 2008, when the lineup was me, Manson, Ned, Spice Boy, Brent, you could go back and find it. If you wanted to go find out, Lummy, I think we're going to eventually have categories: wrestlers,
yes,
Tucker, Hogan. But there's one little thing I'm not telling you that I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you, Lummy, the one big kicker. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But I'll tell you. Okay. If we get that one big kicker done where it works, BubbaArmyRadio.com will be where you want to go. You might want to watch The Daily Show and then navigate around BubbaArmyRadio.com. Now, that being said, Macho, it's my understanding that the piece of equipment, the fairly expensive piece of equipment we bought yesterday, is instrumental in us doing that.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that listeners will notice is the sound is going to be amazing. It's a totally brand new processing system for the audio.
So you're even talking about our existing sound.
Yeah, it's good. The audio streams, if you're listening on the app or whatever, is going to sound amazing.
So in conjunction with, this is one of the major pieces of equipment we need to do what we want to do to BAR, right?
Correct.
All right, perfect. So I am so excited. It was a lot. Phew. But we paid for it nonetheless, Lummy. And I think we get it maybe to Monday. Now, Mach, it's going to take a while for you to, that's a pretty extensive piece of equipment and does a lot. I mean, are you going to have to really? You're going to have to, even though you're smart and all, you got to read up on it a little bit, don't you?
Already did.
Oh, you did?
I got it open right now. Actually, it's not too. I've worked with it's basically modular pieces of equipment I've worked with before because everything's now software based in the inside. So I got this.
Anyway, what I wanted to say is this: from the inception of Radio I.O., which is where I first left Howard to go to, there was a guy named Mike Rowe. And Mike is like this absolute Andy. I mean, Macho Man does, like, when you talk to this Mike Rowe dude, can you tell that he's really, really, really pretty sharp when it comes to this technology stuff?
Yeah, and I talked to him on the phone. He's a really nice guy.
Oh, he's super
really,
nice guy.
Really passionate.
But this guy single-handedly has kept all of my digital world afloat for all these years with smoke and mirrors because I had no money. And he's in the middle of this huge project that we're getting ready to do. And I don't know that I've ever publicly thanked him, Lummy, because he is working so. He's the one that found this piece of. If it's my Macho Man, it's my understanding that Mike is the one that found this piece of equipment that can do what we need. He's the one that found this.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure we had the box that would do everything we needed.
He even ran down, like you can't buy it. You got to buy it through a distributor. He even ran down the closest distributor, which I think is in Ocala, some broadcasting place in Ocala. Broadcasting equipment place.
You got a very good price on it, yeah.
Gave us a good but Mike Rowe, I, Bubba the Love Sponge, you have kept my world afloat since like 2011, mostly through smoke and mirrors because I've had no money. And you are now in the middle of this project. You've done so much legwork, and I don't think I've told you thank you enough. And I wanted to publicly say, Mike Rowe, you are the man, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for what you've done. He's just the best. So thank you, Mike Rowe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And by the way, Macho's done a great job in the last 6
Macho's
weeks.
a great...
My God, it seems like everything's getting better every week.
Macho Man's got this place wired up nice. Big Red's got TVs hung. Rhett's working on graphics. Lummy stepped it up. I don't know what he's done. But anyway, Lummy, you know what you
Hold
forgot?
that belt like a champ.
Yeah, you know what you forgot to send me yesterday, Lummy?
What was that?
This might be a mess up.
Uh-oh.
Did I not ask you yesterday about sending me a link to the pond stuff? Just be honest, yes or no?
Yes. The problem is that the one on Amazon, I found a better one at Tractor Supply. I was going to buy it and just use it.
Get a reimbursement?
Correct.
All right, well, then that's...
I'm sorry. I should have brought that up this morning in the meeting. It's cheaper. It's cheaper than the Amazon one. It's supposedly better.
All right, cool. Well, let me know how much it is.
No problem.
So I can reimburse you.
Okay. Will do.
Man, what an absolute turnaround. That was going to be a mess up, and you turned it into a yippee-oh.
Yeah, but that's when I was sitting there thinking this morning, what else? And that was it. I did a little research on it.
That actually is kind of a pop attaboy.
Oh, thank you.
Throw yourself down one.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes.
So we were talking about Coach Gruden a few minutes ago, and Dan, Coach Gruden and I have a lot of similarities in the fact that we're both in Tampa.
Yeah.
We're both some of the best to ever have been in Tampa at our respectable...
Goats.
Yeah.
Both goats.
We're both ready to go, and we've both been blackballed.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't... I mean, if Bowles craps the bed this year, Gruden either drops his law through a huge settlement, or it just resolves that situation. You don't think that the Bucs would be absolutely... I don't know. Maybe the Bucs are a bunch of dicks and they wouldn't do it. But
I think John Gruden doesn't like the Bucs.
Well, I mean, the Bucs had a chance to bring him back January 2019 January 2018. They decided to keep Cutter another year, and he went to the Raiders
and erase the whole memory of John Gruden.
Yeah, they also took him out of the Ring of Honor completely.
Completely
blacklisted him from the
franchise.
franchise.
It's just like what happened to me. 98 Rock doesn't acknowledge me.
No.
Well, 102.5 The Bone doesn't acknowledge me. 98.7 doesn't acknowledge me.
Lummy, did you say they took his statue out too?
Yeah.
The statue's gone. From
what a
one
bunch
place.
of dicks.
Man.
No, I mean, the statue's there, except John Gruden's just gone.
What?
He's like the centerpiece of the statue, of the photo that the statue is made
Hold
from.
on. So the statue's still there. They just don't have it labeled as John Gruden?
No, they removed his part of the sculpture.
There's still all the players. Like, there's still Mike
just
Allstott.
like, just blank spot.
Looks like they're just parting with an invisible guy.
Yeah. Cut out.
They're dunking the Gatorade on nobody.
They're dumping the Gatorade on the invisible man there. Man, tell me right now, Do you think that Fox, if they had the chance to do it all over again, would reconsider letting Tucker go? Because the week of June 5, basic cable ranker, for the first time since 2018, MSNBC, which MSNBC is a joke.
Yes.
If you're
joke.
I mean,
It's a joke.
If you're trying, listen, there's 3 players in that space, in the cable news space. Now there's more with, this Owen and this what's this, USA. There's a couple of News Now, like the one we have over there. There's a couple different players in this space.
Ain't nobody that watching those stations.
But the big 3 players are Fox, CNN, and MSNBC, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Fox News has been, it hasn't even been close since Tucker started his dominance. It hasn't even been close. And then MSNBC was always kind of a joke. Like, it's, that's where the losers end up.
Yeah, that's like the Dodge.
And now MSNBC beats Fox News and CNN in primetime demo of total viewers. Whoa. The reason why is CNN is lost its way. Fox just straight up. Yep. Like they just straight effed up. And MSNBC just stayed the course with their, Rachel Maddow, with their, Alex Wagner, with their Chris, they just stayed the course. They didn't make any drastic changes. They haven't gotten that much better. They just haven't screwed with their viewers. And some people from Fox and some people from CNN have migrated over there, and now they're the top dog.
And CNN, some people were fans of Don Lemon, and some people were fans of Chris Cuomo. And they kept firing their primetime anchors. And if you continue to fire your primetime talent, you're going to lose followers. And, I think that Fox was absolutely foolish to let go of Tucker. They wanted to try to deflect blame on some of that lawsuit onto him when they were lock, stock, and barrel aligned with him for years on this thing. So it's they try to throw him under the bus, and you know what? They're now in the sewer. So I applaud Tucker for having a comeback. I hope he is massively successful, and I find it difficult to watch Fox News because I think that they've become less reliable. CNN and MSNBC have been promoting what have turned out to be false narratives for literally like 5-6 years now, and they keep getting away with it. The only thing that kicked them in the ball is the letting go of the primetime talent. You can't let go. It's like when the Rays, the problem with the Rays is as soon as someone gets good, they trade them and get money and get a new prospect. Because they have no money. Because they have no money.
But they have to. That's their template.
But it's hard to get fans to really cheer for a guy because as soon as you buy his shirt, he's playing for the Orioles next year.
If you look at the big-time deflections that the Rays had to do, the B.J. Uptons, the Carl Crawfords, the art, when they start making that contract, their last. Usually the Rays, the way Major League Baseball goes is you have their rights to about 29 or 30, right, Lummy? You through arbitration, you can keep a guy on the cheap till he's 28, 29. Once he gets 30, 31, that's baseball's designed to reward a guy that's been in the league, 6 to 8 years through two contracts, and then once they become that unrestricted free agent, that's where they're going to get A-Rod money. That's what the league's designed to do. It's designed for small teams to be able to keep their guys at least 8 or 9 years. And so the Rays, they developed the Carl Crawfords, the B.J. Uptons,
the David Prices,
the David Prices, those guys, the Evan Longorias. And then on their final year, year or two of their where their big money kicks in, they offload them for usually a nice ransom.
Yeah, the Rays philosophy is they can keep them till 29, 30, and then they see it as those players only have about 2-3 good years left. And those 2-3 good years, they would rather sacrifice for the 8-9 years that they'll get out of the prospect.
They call it the Leo DiCaprio system.
Carl Crawford went and what was his deal for Boston? What was Price's deal for Boston? Like $34 million a year, something like that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, that's like the Rays' entire payroll.
7 year, $142 million.
Right. The Rays will never be able to afford that. The Rays could win the World Series this year and next and still never afford more than a $70 or $80 million payday just based on the market and the TV revenue.
And if you look at
and they don't have and the Major League Baseball doesn't have a hard cap. They got this luxury tax where they set a number, and if you go over that number, you got to pay a like 20% tax that gets distributed to all the other teams. Well, the Yankees don't care if their TV deal alone pays for their salary cap, right?
Yes.
So they don't have anything to worry about.
And if you look at the Carl Crawford thing, he was in his 30s, and then he
32, I think.
Yeah, and he just went downhill, injury after injury. He would have one or two good years, and then just injured after
And that's
that.
the thing about most of these guys that the Rays move on from is that more times than not, there's not a situation where you look at it and say, man, the Rays really lost that. You know? They usually end up being a better team because of it.
They did.
They losing Chris Archer, like that didn't hurt this team in the long run. Losing Blake Snell, that didn't hurt this team in the long run.
Losing these pro, whatever. The Rays suck you. They suck you and get everything they can out of you on the cheap. And then when you become a high-priced whore, they're out of here.
Out of here. And they can always sign the veteran for league minimum and give him a chance.
All right, so year to year on Fox, the network posted a 34% decline in total primetime viewers, 61% decline in the primetime demo, 25% decline total day viewers, and a 44% decline in total day demo versus a year. They've lost 44%, Dan. 44%. You don't think the guy that pulled the trigger on getting rid of Tucker Carlson, if he would have been presented with, hey, Jerry Numbnuts, that thinks we have to fire Tucker because of whatever voting fraud law, whatever. Listen, anything less of Tucker Carlson touching kids and shooting dogs, who cares what his text exchanges between whoever and whomever says? As long as they're not racially, and none of them were racial. I think they were most upset that he said he thought Donald Trump was an idiot. I think that was like the most trouble he was in. And who cares? Who cares what Tucker Carlson says in his private sector as long as it's not, against a certain portion of people? This was against Donald Trump. You can say, listen, Donald Trump, you can say anything about.
He's a lightning rod. You can almost say anything.
You can literally
say,
hey, Dan, guess what?
What?
Donald Trump has sex with baby goats.
No.
Yep, it's true. Yeah, he got oral through a baby.
Oh my
goats.
God! Were they peeing on him too?
But nobody would care if you say anything bad about Donald Trump.
No.
So do you think Jerry Numbnuts that fired Tucker Carlson and they're down 44 clicks because of it? You think listen, Jerry Numbnuts, I know you're getting ready to get rid of Tucker because the Murdoch brothers are running the show now. Robert Murdoch has very little to do with the network. He liked Tucker and the way we rolled. You guys seem to be getting more, I don't know, liberal.
Mm-hmm.
Fox, you seem like you're getting kind of CNN light. And Tucker is not that. So we're going to go ahead and fire him, okay? Okay. Sir, do you know that we're going to lose 44% of our audience? You don't think that guy rethinks that? And what does that equate to on ad dollars?
A lot.
Massive amounts. And, they've been a little reckless. They've changed their sort of mantra, Fox has, over the last couple of years. And I think one of the reasons is I think that they really have a fear of the Biden's Justice Department. And they don't want to be a target. I think that the Biden administration has successfully created such a fear in
a Gestapo-like feeling.
A Gestapo-like feeling in anyone that disagrees with what they say, because you will be run over like a freight train and destroyed if you do anything contrary to the current administration. You can see it. Anyone that does anytime you lift your head up over the trench, you get shot in the face.
John Kostika yesterday, Valpo's very own After Hours Trading, $100.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. You're right. I think
they
you're right.
continue to screw up, and no one can hold them to task.
I think you're right.
As soon as you criticize them, they attack.
Willer J, 25 in the Venmo.
If you had, an employee at Dr. Diaco Plastic Surgery Center USA, I like to name it something different every time. And, you had a nurses, like you just had like, a pretty important, I know you have had people leave. Your latest defection sucks. She's following her boyfriend to med school or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
Like it's nothing.
Dude,
it's not
follow
nothing.
him off the cliff.
It's not like, you did anything wrong or she just not getting paid competitively or anything like that.
No problem. She was just puppy love.
Puppy love, followed her boyfriend. So, but let's say you got an employee and she's a little bit, you kind of don't like her. And you're thinking about getting rid of her. But hold on. But Steven comes to you and says, because Steven knows it all, he's got a magic little ball. He says, hey, Danny, if we get rid of her, your business is going to go down 44%. I promise
Double
you.
her pay.
Hold on. I promise you, old girl stays and gets her own parking spot.
Yep. That's the way you do it, man.
Am I right?
It's basic business.
Am I right?
If you have an asset, you don't kill the cow that's making the most milk.
Right.
It's stupid.
Hello.
It's freaking stupid.
You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
So this is Scott in Toledo, Ohio. We're safe. Bubba Army's still strong up here. That tornado came down in a matter of about 30 seconds.
I didn't know that Toledo had a tornado yesterday, but you did. I'm assuming it did.
Yeah, there's a lot of storms kind of coming out of nowhere.
It was bad. I posted it on the Bubba Army Facebook page, all the videos.
Oh, you
Crazy.
did?
Scott Secord?
Maybe maybe I'll go get them and put them up on the or I'll share them on the main page.
Yep, just letting you know we're still safe.
Now, did you? How close were you to the tornado? Like, could you look outside your door and see the funnel cloud?
I was smoking a Marlboro Red, looking up, and I seen it start right above me. About a tenth of a mile, it took out everything.
But not yours.
Not mine.
They got hail though.
Hail.
You got hail.
All my car windows, everything's shattered. They were about grapefruit-sized hail.
Nice.
So, man, so much where it broke your car windows.
Oh, all of them.
Oh, wow.
Every window. Every
well,
window.
I'm glad you're okay, and thank you for the report from Toledo, Ohio, my friend.
All right, Bubba. Have a good day.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Wish I had a Glass Medics up there this week.
Wish you had what?
Glass Medics.
Oh, I know.
One of those glass repair places.
Yeah, I mean, the place you
because
sell.
literally, he sent video. I saw a video where literally all the cars had broken windshields everywhere. I mean, it was just catastrophic. You think about those. We remember that stupid movie Twister, but right before the tornado is massive hail. And it happened this time. They said some of it was up to 6 to 8 inches in diameter.
That's kind of the indicator. That's kind of the appetizer to a tornado is
Often,
massive hail.
Yes, often it is. And that hail can kill you.
What?
It's so big. Dude, think about a piece of ice dropped from the Empire State Building landing on your head. You're done.
I know something we could try. Maybe get a big hunk of ice from the top of the building, put it on top of, knock it over your head.
Yeah, something was close one time, but.
What, the air conditioner almost fell and hit you in the head?
Yeah, it almost killed you.
Dan, are you?
Damn, we just barely missed.
I was like 2 feet away from witnessing one of the most traumatic things I would have ever seen.
Oh, and it would have been the corner too. Like it would have just killed. I mean, I don't think the survival rate is. I mean, if the corner of a metal window shaker air unit hits you square in the head, I think you're going to die.
It was like that
fatal.
big ice block falling on that guy and that the Ways to Die in the West. Remember that movie, the stupid movie?
Let's make sure we tell Dan about Sunday. I don't want to talk about that on the air.
Yeah, I was waiting to talk to Dan after.
Okay.
Now, do you have plans for Sunday?
I think I have to do something Saturday because my father-in-law is going out of town, so they want to do like a pre-early. I mean, it's Sunday is Father's Day.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Sunday is Father's Day.
That's kind of a weird day for all of us, but except for Lummy.
But we'd be out there by noon.
Lummy,
wouldn't we be out? Travis E. Hanscom, 25 on the PayPal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, my friend. Lummy, I think we'll be out of there by noon.
Yeah.
So this could almost be like if you wanted to do what we're going to do on Sunday that I can't tell you, Dan. I got to tell you in private.
Okay.
We'll be. I think we're having a little Father's Day gimmick for me. We're supposed to do something at Tara's house, but I'm a father, but the person that I'm a father to won't be there and hates me. So why should we even do anything? That kind of sucks.
you can have a remembrance for Jeff and stuff.
There you go. We'll do that. Anyway, Dan, we got to tell you about Sunday because I think you're gonna want to do it.
Really?
All right.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh, come on, you stupid ass piece of.
Bubba the Love Sponge lives because a dirty mind is a terrible thing to waste. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Yeah, go tell him right now. Let me tell him right now.
You look at chat? I'm gonna have Red look at chat real quick. Monitor chat. You monitor chat?
I'll go tell him.
Oh, I gotta pee real quick.
All right, we'll hurry.
Red's coming in.
I get to see it all.
Yeah.
Good morning. Group of Lips, Jay Gator, fan in Orlando. I don't want to disrespectfully hold Lemmy's strap while he's gone, so I'm going to set it right there. Gary, good morning, Gary. Gary, you should have been retweeting those guys on Twitter, man. That was funny. I was seeing some stuff pop up. 25's big ass nose, Mitch, Mark. Good morning, Felix the Cat. Good morning, HS Bubba fan. Oh, Jesus. Morning, Stop and Go Steve, Organic Gene, Bull Wolvers After Birth. How you guys doing? Sicilian Redneck. Put you in the headphones. I know. Thuggish Ruggish, good morning. I got Marble Mouth in the morning. Sir Lurk a lot. 12 teams this year, please. You gotta talk to the commissioner.
Okay, good.
You gotta talk to the face that runs the place, man. It's the Lummy League. Trickus Denise, good morning. Tease, good morning.
Bubba, 100%. I'm a 99.9% chance I'll be there.
Yeah, it's only gonna be an hour or two.
Yeah, no, sounds awesome.
Perfect.
Iggy, good morning.
Bye. Be good content too.
UQ, good morning. Probably said that wrong. That's all right though. Can't forget YouTube chat. Good morning, Rick. SOS Rick. Ned's Rusty Taint.
Dan, we're gonna do super beats if you're ready.
Okay, sure, we can do it.
So you can make Lummy look bad.
Okay.
Because he's not been able to do good. Lummy has not been able to do one correctly yet. Lummy, do you know what we're talking about?
Yes.
What?
Super beats.
Mm-hmm. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. I mean, you tried, didn't you?
Yeah, I failed. Carl Summers. Is that monster number 3, Dr. Dan?
4.
5. 5 Heather Spin Instructor. you.
Left it there.
There. Just get the one. Just put it right behind you. What it is, and there's episodes later.
Thank you for the good day, everybody. I'm over at YouTube right now. That's where I'm at. But I'm flipping maybe go over to Kick. I don't know. What are we on Rumble, Lummy?
We are 1,200.
Live from Tampa, Florida, home of the big, fat, greasy bitch, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. And now, here's your host, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Lummy, are we working on getting those freshened up a little bit?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. I need to get some money over to Brad James. It might accelerate his enthusiasms because we're already burning through them already.
Yeah, they're going through quick.
Dan has indicated that he would like to try to be a spoken word endorsement for various clients that might want his services, which means a little extra money, but he doesn't need it. Lummy has failed miserably. I send the air checks off to the Super Beat people every day saying, hey, we're trying to do things a little bit different. Let me know if you like them. And straight crickets. So, Lummy, I think it would be easy to say that you pretty much failed the being a spoken word endorsement person for a company.
Country Girl 92 gifted 10 subs.
Thank you, Country. Thank you, Country Girl. Would you not? Would you?
Well, I mean, I would say it's like to try, other companies, not just put it as an F for everything.
Well, so far, 1 out of 1, you got an F.
Yes.
Your first test, F. So Dan has stepped up. I think Dan's probably a little more educated, a little bit more, and maybe spent some more time on it.
Yes.
So at this point, Dr. Dan, tell me about the great GetSuperBeats.com, if you could.
Well, heart health is very important to all of us. In fact, I think one of the reasons that your numbers and you're one of the healthiest guys that's a big guy on earth is because you've been a customer of Super Beats and you've been taking the Super Beat Heart Health Chews. So I think, supporting a healthy heart is important. And
by the way, this comes from a doctor, too. The guy that's talking to you right now isn't just some Johnny Page schlep boy. He's a real doctor, to let you know that. Sorry about that.
And, Super Beats have some real advantages. It's plant-based, it's non-GMO, it supports healthy blood pressure with a bonus because you get some real sustainable, non-crashing energy with it. It helps heart health, helps circulation, and it helps, again, all of us promote a healthy lifestyle. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. And that's one of the reasons, Bubba, that you and I have such great blood pressures, because we've been taking these Super Beats now for a couple of months, and I feel great. And over 30,000 other people have left 5-star reviews for SuperBeatHeartChews.com and doing such a wonderful job of making heart health easy. Because who wants to take pills? Do you want to take a pill, Bubba?
No, I want to take a gummy.
A gummy and a chewable is so much easier. It's so much easier to incorporate them into your daily life and their daily routine, and it is a better alternative than some of the other supplements that people have to labor through.
Double your potential with Get Super Beat Heart Chews. Get a free 30-day supply and 15% off your first order by going to GetSuperBeats.com and using promo code Bubba. That's GetSuperBeats.com. GetSuperBeats.com. Promo code Bubba.
The #1 pharmacist recommendation.
I was just I was taking mental notes in case I get to do it again one day.
Yeah, we'll learn. You might. But recoup all of the data from the Old Testament that you so erroneously lost.
Yes.
But we could obtain some by by being scrappy and using existing content that we have to backfill data that you lost, and that be go to the last time we had a belt change and see. Listen, one of these last couple times I've probably asked, hey, what's the eras of the belts, and you probably ran them down at one time, and you could write those down on a piece as you're listening to it, write them down, and then at least get that information.
Yes, I've tried to go back to a couple shows and listen. It's very difficult, but I'm going to keep trying.
If you count the modern era and he hadn't lost the book, this would be number 18 for me. Just to put that in your dropper keeper.
You know.
I keep track.
So
it's important to me.
This would be.
I love the belt.
This would be the 18th time that you've had the belt
in the modern
So
era.
prior to that, you were a 17-timer.
Yes.
Now you're an 18-timer.
Mm-hmm.
In the New Testament era, what do you have as far? Well, what do you have as far as belts, Lummy? In the New Testament.
In the New Testament, the current belt holders are as followed: Alex Stein, Lummy, and Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire.
All right, now Lummy, did you at all think about what I just suggested?
Yes, I have.
You did really,
Yes,
for real. You're not
100%. And I've been trying, and I even got with Rhett and tried to think about possible dates.
Hello.
When he thought.
Hey, Bubba, good morning. Look, man, I'm not trying to, I love the show, and there's no but to it. What I want to say is, shouldn't with Dr. Dan, like anybody that gets the presentation, upon presentation of the belt, like he's got 2 strikes against him, shouldn't those be erased just because he's awarded the belt?
I think you make an interesting point that if you do get the belt, that should be a plus. If you do something so remarkable, you know what, sir? As a great listener, this is a great observation and a great suggestion. You guys, I'll be honest with you, Lummy. Sometimes I get some of my info from like chat or like I pick in like the chat and callers. A lot of times they know, stuff that I should have think of that, I can't think of. I can't think of it all.
That's true.
And sir, that's a great idea that if you do something so kick-ass that gets you the belt, that should be, worth some points on the scorecard nonetheless, right?
Absolutely. I would
Perfect.
think so.
What's your name again?
My name's Chris in Charleston.
Out of Charleston?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Sorry we're not on 98.1 anymore, but hopefully everybody in Charleston's finding us other means.
Oh, I got you on the tube, buddy. I love it.
All right, buddy. And thank you for the suggestion, because yes, I'm going to go with it. I'm going to lay the law down now.
Awesome. Y'all have a great day. I love the show.
Now, Lummy.
Jordan from Citrus on the Cash App, and KW 30 on the Venmo.
Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, all at the Bubba Army. It's Friday. Thank you so much. If it wasn't for you heavy lifters out there, we wouldn't even have a show. You guys, this show is strictly 1,000% funded by the heavy lifters out there. Thank you so much. And if you can't give us any money, that's great. We don't. There's other ways you can contribute. Go to our Facebook page. Go to our YouTube channel. Watch our videos. That didn't cost nothing. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's free. Be a daily downloader on our podcast. Just get in. Just fold into our world a little bit. You can't buy any more straw hats. Those are sold out
Whew, they were quick.
So let me wait till you hear this one.
All right.
Now, I know that Rhett had a really big mess up one day. That's on the other side of the spectrum. A big mess up would be on the negative side of a really big putover, right?
Yes.
A major penalty, if you will.
Yeah.
As
so
opposed to a minor penalty.
What was that major penalty? Well, all in, what was the point value of that?
I think it was -4.
No.
It was broke up into two parts, I think, wasn't it?
It was a -3.
Okay.
So what?
Pissed off Bubba bad was -2,
Mhm.
and he had a mess up, which was -1.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. So since we've established you pissing me off and you mess it up, well, wouldn't one be able to deem that if you got the belt, you've made me happy and you've done good?
Yeah.
So
Maybe
let's what?
Maybe a +2?
No, how about the same as a messing up and pissing me off? It has to be uniform. If it's doing something very, very bad that pisses me off is a -3, and doing something very, very good and making me happy, that should be what, Lummy?
A +3.
There you go. Give Dan a +3.
Good job, Dr. Dan.
Wow,
I mean, I'm just trying to be fair. If a major mess up is worth -3, then getting the belt is doing something that you're getting the belt because you did something good. I don't give the belt. It's like, hey, Dan, it's Friday, and you showed up and came in today. Yeah, I just don't willy-nilly give the belt out. Like, you got to do something real funny. Something that's good for the show. Well, Dan being able to just wonderfully, for the most part, 90% nail a spoken word endorsement, which, Lummy, being a radio professional, I know how hard that really is. People don't realize it's just not like reading a piece of paper with information that the client has given you. You got to make it. You got to make it your own. You got to craft it so that it feels organic, so that it's not like just some written script that you hear. You make it your own, and Dan made it his own.
Some of your endorsements are kind of just like a written script. This was just essentially bullet points.
Yeah.
Semi-autoglass Travis, 25 on the Cash App. Mark Berger, 25 on the Cash App.
Thank you, Travis. Semi-autoglass. Love you, Berger. You on the way on the back. So Lummy, I mean, as much as I'm sorry, Lummy, I'm sorry. When you love somebody, sometimes you got to make tough love decisions. And taking the belt off you is a tough love decision for me. You're one of my favorites, but Dan's my boyfriend, so I'm probably great. And I know I've been hard on him. So I do play favorites. I do. I mean, is it really a big deal if a guy plays favorites if he tells you he plays favorites?
Not at all.
And if you're still going to play the game? I mean, Dan, if you went out there and the referee went, I just want both you teams to know that if the Packers and the Bears played, and a guy goes, I just want to let you know, man, I'm a Packer fan. I'm a referee. I'm a Packer fan.
A little biased.
But both teams decided to still play. Well, at least he disclosed it, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I disclosed the fact that I have favorites around here. I do.
No
and honest to God, I mean, I'm not even gonna I really kind of starting to become macho. I'm kind of becoming a macho man, Mark, a little bit.
Oh yeah.
I mean, my God, look what the guy's done.
That's true.
I know it's
And
been amazing.
look how good of shape he's in too.
Well, I mean, yes, he's a physical specimen, yes, but I'm just saying, my God, as good as he looks, he works hard, he wires stuff up, he's got stuff, it's just unbelievable.
He seems very competent. He seems very energetic and like a hard worker, like a good work ethic, and he's so polite.
But I don't
and you
think
never get all three of those. You never get a smart guy that's also a hard worker, that's also super polite. It's such a rarity in this
world.
That's
a bodybuilder.
That's a bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Shredded.
But see, Macho Man, I don't think you really would want the belt. I think it would be cumbersome for you.
His muscles have muscles.
Right. I mean, do you want to be in belt? Do you want to be a belt contender, or you just want to be, guy in a? I mean, because if you want the belt, there's probably some things that you've done that would have deserved the belt. No.
Yeah.
Write that down as a no answer. Or ignoring Bubba.
Yeah, he knows all that.
Like dropping the spot.
Yeah. So anyway, Lummy, it's tough love. I love you. You're one of my all-time favorites around here. But Dan did, and I know how hard it is to do a spoken word endorsement. Obviously, you've tried. I mean, Lummy, are you crying?
No.
Lummy, it's okay, buddy.
He's got a little bit of tenor in his voice.
For real.
Or tremor.
I mean, are you mad, buddy?
Oh, no, I'm not mad. I understand. I love you too, Bubba.
That's like when a girlfriend says she's not mad.
It's fine.
I'm not mad.
It's fine.
I'm disappointed in myself.
No, it's fine.
I'm disappointed in myself, Bubba.
You're not mad at me, though, are you?
Not you, it's me.
No, it's me.
But here's the deal. I mean, like, if we were to be honest, buddy, you've had 3 or 4 shots at this.
Yes, that's why I'm disappointed in myself.
And if you would have nailed it and even had the belt, I might have had to go, you know what, that's a +5 because you already got the belt, so that's a 3. Plus, you made me, like I'm just saying, Lummy, hard telling, the sky's the limit for you had you nailed one of these endorsements, but you flubbed them up bad.
Like you said, I fumbled the ball. Right
Yeah,
on the
I mean,
goal line.
yeah. You fumbled the ball. And Dan pick-sixed it.
He did. He's Deion Sanders. Ran it right in.
Yeah. Well, Deion. So anyway, congratulations, Dan, on getting that strap back. And thank you for the listener from Charleston to give me the idea of rewarding the belt with some points on our scorecard. Lummy, what's the official score for the week right now? Because today, like, it doesn't even matter about day. Like, I am only wanting week numbers. Give me, because this is the last day. We literally got an hour and a half left of this program.
Yes.
So, I want to know, your for the week numbers.
Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire is currently at +2.
Dan, do you know that you started the show a -2, bitch?
I know. I'm finally above water. I can breathe.
Yeah. Just don't.
I'm not saying a word.
Chill. Dan, you've
I'll just
already
laugh.
used all that gas to get you to $1.50. Now, once you get to $1.50 in your fryer, how you kind of feather it out a little bit?
Yes.
You might want to feather it a little bit, okay, kid?
Yes. Don't go too
All right,
hard.
Let me go. Actually, I'd like for you, let me to go best to worst.
Best to worst for this week. For Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire +2, Lummy +2, Anna's done, she's even, and Rhett is -1. And Macho Man is -1.
Macho got a -1?
Tristan Keene, $40 on the Cash App. I thought you just had to put him down for -1 because he didn't answer you.
No, that wasn't official.
Okay, I crossed it off. So so it's just Rhett -1.
He's the only negative?
Yes. And Tristan Keene, $40 on the Cash App. Now, Brian was lucky he did not have you, so that kind of helped
So you're
out.
saying maybe on Wednesday he was getting a little irritating, and Anna didn't have she doesn't have the authority to give out plus and minuses.
Yeah.
So it honestly, if you would have scored it that day, and you played what do you think he would have scored?
With just Anna in here, I would say he probably would have had about a -2 with you in here because he always turns it up 100%. I think he would have been like a -5.
But nonetheless, I was not here.
No, so yeah, I'd say a -2.
Well, before Dan leave, what time you got to leave today, Dan?
About 9:20, 9:25.
So Lummy, we'll officially
have the total
before Dan leaves. Right before he leaves, we'll do because then all scorekeeping's off at that point.
Yeah,
probably. Because what are we going to do? 25 minutes, whatever.
Yeah.
So Dan and you are tied. Well, Lummy, you don't want that. You gotta.
I know. I gotta.
You don't want to be second. Weren't you first place by a mile last week?
Yeah, last week. Yeah.
But Lummy, like, to your credit though, you're in first place right now. You're tied, but you are technically in first place right now too.
Yeah. Overall, yeah, I am still in first place.
How about year to date?
I'm in first place year to date by a lot.
Prince Harry, Meghan Markle split from Spotify. I'm hearing horrible things about Spotify. Like, they're going through they've laid off 200 people. They feel they've overpaid now for certain podcasts. I don't know if they're going to re-sign Rogan. I got to think that Rogan probably wants out of there anyway. Rogan's almost like Tucker. You took that guaranteed money with Spotify, but I think Tucker was making 15, 18 million with Fox. You don't think that outside of the Fox world, he could make far more money?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Wasn't he getting $25, $30 million offers?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying Rogan's same way. I know you probably took that 3-4 year guaranteed Willie with Spotify, but man, Joe, when Spotify act like a bunch of dicks, like they probably have been to you. I know they've censored you a few times, taken a few things away. Get the hell out of there, buddy. Get the hell out of there. Go do your own thing, and you'll make far more money. You are the biggest brand in media next to Tucker.
Florida Stanley, $10 in the super chat.
Big Joe Rogan fan. Hello.
They say that Spotify is the Bubba of digital music, is circling the drain.
Who's this?
It's fake Buzzy Bob.
Oh. Fake Buzzy Bob. It's bad enough to get Bob, let alone fake Buzzy Bob. Is he the one that calls in with insults all the time?
Yeah.
You might as well just listen. Only one. You only have one today. You don't have like 5 or 6 in the hopper ready to go. Shoot me. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, then you hang on. What a pussy.
Yeah, he had one and done.
Listen,
you spent a lot of time on hold to only have one.
If your radio guy doesn't hang up on you when you criticize him and make him look stupid, and he wants more, and you hang up, who's the insecure pussy there?
Him.
You are.
Mitch Lucerini, 30 on the Venmo.
Oh, thank you, Mitch Lucerini. I'll get into the Prince Harry, Meghan Markle split from Spotify after podcast not renewed for second season. They just did one podcast.
What?
And they had a $20 million deal.
These self-entitled douchebags, it's so irritating that they think that they can have $20 million of value by lifting their pinky for one lousy podcast. They bitch about the stardom, they bitch about the paparazzi, and yet all they have is their fame, and they are sucking the world dry just because they think that they're famous. It's worse than the Kardashians. They're scumbags. They should. I wish they would just drop off the face of the earth, disappear, go to some third world country, and be alone. Just the two of you guys, so you can lick each other's asses, so that you guys are both happy. God, get off of my screen.
And the other thing is,
take Greta Van Thornburg with you.
When these guys get $20 million deals,
for one
people
episode.
that don't know how radio and spoken word entertainment works, it takes guys like me and other great radio personalities that don't necessarily have the stardom, but have the skill set to do good spoken word interview type radio. They laugh at guys like us. But they're signing Prince Harry and Meghan Markle to $20 million deals.
Right.
I mean, we're still in. Last time I checked, podcasting is still about talking into a microphone and being audibly entertaining.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with what you look like.
Nope.
It has nothing to do with who your mom is.
Nope.
It has nothing to do with who you are, what type of family royalty you are. It's about being able to be audibly.
Interesting and entertaining.
Audibly.
Exactly. Not visually, audibly. You've got to be able to talk.
And who in the hell at Spotify offered to give these dildos $20 million deal? And they gave you one podcast because they're too busy. I'll get into that now.
I'm the bus lady. Hey, lady! I was so constipated I could hardly drive.
Sounds like you should call and tell Bubba all about it. It's the low-priced answer to a high-budget problem. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
$20 million. That make me feel badly for you.
You knew what the podcast was about? It was about
Her having a dry vagina?
them talking about how the women have been held down or something like that. I was trying to read on.
Oh, Susan Poitras.
How he smells bad because he's a redhead when he sweats?
Well, I'll come back with Susan.
Oh, poor Red.
I gotta be back in 2 seconds.
Susan P. Lum.
Susan Poitras, who's going to be there at 199, also the Turpins game.
What's going on, Susie P?
What do you got?
It's this Rini 30.
What do you have roster-wise?
Let me grab it real quick. Little Wilbur's Afterbirth, Brian from Philly. Big Red and Not a Fan will not be here.
Big Red, Not a Fan, not?
No, they're going out of town.
Okay, good, as long as they're not mad.
Preets and Travis, Susan Poitras, Tease, Stanley the Sniper, Bob Cook, Mitch, Maria Guatemala, possibly the Nashes, and possibly Heather Wiz, depending on work.
Perfect.
Do you know what segment on Wednesday? Or time?
Yeah.
Because I know you grabbed it for previously.
Hey, Kyle, don't be fucking with me. nonetheless.
Oh, Florida Stanley?
Said we're supposed to have a nonetheless fucking can. I'm gonna stop saying it then, bitch. Fucker.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Rat, will you take my plate and put it in the...
Yeah, no problem.
I'm not asking you to, like, do any housekeeping, right?
No, you're good.
Just put it in the sink. Thank you. I'll rinse it off.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Sorry. I'm not trying to make my employees do anything.
You're good. Thank you, Dan.
You Tristan Meeking?
Well,
You
let's
got
see
that
if
dog in your hand and you jerk off too? I mean, at all times?
Jesus Christ, not Dan.
Who's a jerk off?
No, I asked Red if he has that dog in his left hand when he jerks off.
God, I think so. I mean, that dog's gonna be a baby.
Don't squeeze that hot dog. Squeeze the other hot dog.
Let's talk about Red. We're gonna talk about Red's dog next. All right. You know what? No, I don't even want to say it, or I want it to come out. I want it to come out organically.
Okay.
Duck's not out there, is it still?
Huh?
Did you go outside?
No.
Unless the duck was still there. I tarped off the area that...
You walled it off?
I tried to, but it's like she moved it the last time. Dark Match Steve. Let's see.
He didn't read the geese only, ducks in the back sign because
what?
The
There's
new
stupid
duck.
fucking duck again.
The new duck looked at your tarp, put his ass towards the street, dug another nest, and already laid an egg.
Where?
Right next to your other nest.
Dr. Dan and I last time we were outside were scaring it away.
Well, he shit an egg. You scared the egg right out of him.
God.
So he did it in front of the tarp?
There's a third hole.
First of all,
There's
it can't
a third
be
dent now.
It can't be a. Hold on, it can't be a he because it's a fucking. They can't.
Yeah, she.
It's a different duck too. It's the one that's been getting railed down by the
just one egg.
So far, we go out there, probably 3 or 4 by the end of the show.
Whatever, I give up.
Jesus.
Yeah, she's looking. I opened the door and she looks at me, just an egg underneath. I'm like, Jesus Christ! And she said, "Go fuck yourself."
She did, because she just
said, "Go fuck yourself."
Yeah, she's one of the very few people that don't give a fuck who you think you are.
Nope, she doesn't. She's a goose in duck's clothing. She's got some swagger. Yeah, that's what when I'm sad, I'm sad too. I don't like sad mom. What is Red's puppy's name? Does he have a name?
Scout.
Scout?
Little Scout. Good Scout and Bella the Bud.
Oh, we need hot dogs.
No, probably not Country Girl. Oh, is that gonna scare away with Mookie Jones?
I apologize for interrupting your regular program.
Yo, power break. Hello.
Should hit these With everything we got, sir.
Living vicariously through his bizarre world.
Imagine how much protein's in my body.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, Dr. Dan reports that there's a new mama duck out front that's laying a nest right by the old mama duck deal. She's already pooped out an egg.
Yeah, she's trying to get more welfare money, so she could probably have 5 or 6 eggs.
When we were out there...
Usually they're 12, Dan, for real.
12?
Yeah, 12. Jesus. When we were out there, she was trying to get into the old nest, and I put the tarp back over it, and Dr. Dan and I scared her away. But when we came inside, I guess she
looked at Dan and said, "You might be fancy in life, but I live a duck's life. Screw you, buddy."
Yeah, she said, "Duck off."
I'm gonna poop on your black car.
You know, I was there when we scared the duck away together, and we were successful in that. I wasn't there when Lummy constructed his little tarp blocker, which really didn't work. Really
well, you said she did it in front of the tarp, right?
Well, I mean, it's like putting a piece of toilet paper to mark where the dog.
Now, Lummy, when you do pond maintenance with the pond chemical that you're getting ready to get from Tractor Supply, that you're going to send me a receipt that I can reimburse you for.
Yes.
Is that going to include maybe a little seaweed removal?
Yes, it will.
You know why it should? Because the goats, it's getting kind of barren back there.
Yeah.
And they like that seaweed.
Oh, 100%.
Like I'm just saying, like, there's not a lot of, like, they've eaten all the grass.
Yes.
They've eaten all the trees that hang down. I don't really like giving them peanut hay, grain. I'm trying to get away from that.
Is it bad for them or just expensive?
It's expensive,
and
they
get spoiled,
and they get fat and spoiled.
Right.
Lummy's been doing what I asked on that.
Yes.
But Lummy, like, naturally, they like that seaweed, which would be another food source for them, and it would be cleaning the pond.
Oh yeah, no, they usually sit there and wait for me to pull it out, and it's a little bonding time for us. So I don't mind.
We should bring goats to the beaches with all the seaweed we have now. It'd be great to clean it up that way. Can you imagine if they just, instead of the bulldozers, just had a bunch of goats letting them eat?
Well, that's a little different of seaweed and might kill them, but...
Right.
Oh, really?
It's brackish and it's salt. They can't eat it. They'll get dehydrated.
Oh.
I mean, think about it. That seaweed's chock full. That's why. I mean, isn't that why if you're in the ocean, you can't drink salt water because it dehydrates you faster, doesn't it, Dan?
Yes, it's too salty.
So
brackish, you can drink a little more, but it's dirty.
I mean, this seaweed's coming right out of the ocean, so it's
it's salty. It's
about as salty as you can get.
You're killing goats.
Dan.
Goats
instead of seaweed, we'd have dead goats all along the beach.
Carcasses.
So Lummy, that would be
blow
great.
them up like the whale.
Even if you came, I'd even maybe meet you here Saturday, Lummy, and help you.
Okay.
But you're probably busy on Saturday. So anyway.
Yeah, but I plan on doing that, when I get the chemicals and stuff like that. So it will be done.
But I'm thinking is that we need to de-seaweed it.
Oh, yeah,
before we throw, because if we throw the chemicals on, while the seaweed's in there, then some of the chemicals are going to attach to the seaweed, and then when we pull the seaweed out, we've pulled the chemical out.
No, because one thing we can do is because you put it around, and then when I throw it in, it mixes it up and kind of pushes it out. Because it's really to get the algae on top, not the bottom part.
Okay, I mean, whatever. You
tough logic to follow, but
you handle it.
No, because the blade goes
totally
to the
could be lying
ground.
to me. I don't know.
No, because the blade goes to the ground, so you're not really pulling up. You're killing all the algae that's on the top.
Well, we have two blades. We had that big scissor blade that you throw in and it cuts, and then we had that other rake that I think was initially like made for concrete or something like that.
Yes, it is.
That we use to get the surface stuff. I was talking about the surface stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going underneath too.
Okay. All right, Bob.
I'll make it look nice.
You want me to help you?
Yeah, if you want to.
Just let me know when you potentially might do that, okay?
Okay, will do.
Susan Poitras, $100 on the PayPal. Thank you, Susan P., one of my all-time favorites. Love her.
And Tristan Keene, 40 on the Cash App.
PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. Thank you so very much for all that you do. I cannot help you enough. I cannot thank you enough. Rhett, are you over there?
Yeah, I'm here.
We're a little concerned about this dog, Scout, nonetheless. This wiener dog that you got. Now, listen, I don't care what you do. Like, you can bring the dog to work. First of all, I have no problems with what you're doing, bringing your dog to work so he doesn't have to be in a cage all day at home. This work is very non-conventional, where you could bring a dog. It wouldn't really matter.
And I really appreciate you letting me do that because you don't have to do that.
I know I don't.
But thank you.
But no problem. And I love dogs. And I bring my dog almost every day in the back, and she raises hell. God, she's a good guard dog, is she not?
She's a good watchdog, yeah.
Like, she if anybody, now she won't bark at you if you're on the street, but the minute that gate opens, it doesn't matter if it's Dan Diaco or Amazon, she's raising hell. Is she not? You're not going to sneak up on this place without her knowing about it.
Nope.
She is badass. But nonetheless, I didn't baby her when I was raising her. Rhett, I think that with your dog being attached to your shoulder all the time, like I don't think that do you even put it down?
Yeah, I do.
No,
but the problem
you don't.
But he's afraid he's going to get calluses on his paws.
No. Well, the problem here is
You're
that when I leave the
snowflaking this
room,
dog.
when I leave the room, she freaks out and chases me. And so
if you had her in a little cage, if you had just a little baby cage,
a bird cage,
like like I'm talking about not even a cage that's got a top to it. Just a four-sided cage,
like a shoebox,
literally like a playpen.
No, like
something
a
to block her.
Yeah,
in.
like a little playpen, like a little playpen
stuffed animal
with little blankets down there, and maybe a little pee pad, and a little water in a bowl,
and some eggs.
And when you left, because you put her in there, so she could start developing some. My dad's gone, toughness instead of being all flipped out. Like you hold that dog 24/7. I mean, for real. Thank God you've trained it to grab a hold of your shoulder so you can, or you'd be a one-handed keyboard guy.
Well, whenever I go in the studio, I always make sure I bring her with me. Honestly, I just don't want to lose sight of her in the building, especially because I don't have something to hold her in.
We have rats bigger than her.
Yeah.
You need to put her in, Dan. Isn't it a little? He takes the dog everywhere. And a dog's gonna be a pussy dog. It's gonna be a little snowflake, and I gotta have my daddy dog.
Maybe that's not the problem.
What do you think it is, Dr. Dan?
It's the opposite.
It's the opposite.
He has
Red's gonna piss himself if he's away from that dog for more than 30 seconds.
Oh, you're right. You're the doctor. You're the one that gets inside people's heads.
Right. Where does the dog?
He's got the separation anxiety. He falls apart.
Don't
he
lie,
starts
Red,
crying.
like you do a lot. Tell the truth.
Where
does the dog sleep, by the way, at night?
Oh, in my bed,
in
of course.
his ass.
Right. Literally in his ass. He's
May
never.
as well.
You never let go of that dog. You hold that dog. Every hour you're awake, except when you. Do you hold it when you poop?
No, I don't hold her when we're at home. As long as she's not too confident where she's at, I usually keep her off of the leash.
You don't have.
I finally bought her a
little,
leash yesterday because she got used to the apartment complex. So now when we go on walks, she'll take off and she'll run away from me.
You don't have one of those little front backpacks for the dog where you can kind of keep her on your tummy.
But I'm
gonna get one.
Have you been breast? He's got a stroller.
I'm actually gonna get one, but she's probably a little too small for it. I gotta wait for her to get.
How about when you're just at home watching TV? You're holding that damn dog, ain't you?
No, she's walking it. She's walking around raising hell with my roommate's cat.
Are you breastfeeding?
Well, anyway.
Wait,
I got a bunch of bottles in the fridge.
Ashley said we have an extra playpen for dogs. If you want me to bring it for you,
I would
cool. I would
like you to bring it.
Okay.
And we start. Listen, Rat, I think it toughens you and him up. Because is it a girl or a boy?
Yeah, she's a girl.
All right. So you and her, because right now she associates this work with you holding her nonstop. Like you never put her down here.
No, I do. She's on the ground right now. She's laying down.
Does she like macho?
Yeah, she didn't mind macho.
Jim Reed, $10 on the.
I actually ran in studio the other day, and he had to kind of do me a favor and watch her for a second because she started. Not hold her, but she started losing her mind.
Is she your new date to Waffle House?
Huh?
Is she your new date to Waffle House?
IHOP.
She may as well be. I'm telling you.
Dan, let me throw that flat on your face.
Oh no!
Hey, let me laugh.
Oh, well, throw another one for arguing about it.
Zero.
Dr. Dan, you're back down.
Hello.
Back to zero.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Hot Carl, don't Google me.
Yeah, what's up, Hot Carl?
Hey, man, kind of a little bit off topic. You were talking about Joe Rogan in the podcast, and I was knowing that Dan was going to be in today, so I just wanted to give a recommendation real quick, if you don't mind. I know you guys were kind of clowning on Robert or the Kennedy guy or whatever. Like he's
Robert
like
Kennedy
the son
Jr.
of the yeah. So the video that you guys watched, he obviously his voice sounds terrible, but he just did a podcast with Joe Rogan, and from like a medical standpoint, and since Dan's like a doctor and he's interested in vaccines and stuff like that, I highly recommend checking it out or seeing if there's some clips from that interview. And when he actually sits down and talks for a little while, he starts off a little shaky. But once his voice starts to warm up, it's still a little rustly, but he can actually – it's actually not unbearable to listen to.
I've heard the guy speak. I like his message. It's just America is so judgmental that it's never going to ever elect a fat guy or somebody that's got something wrong with them. They're just not.
I totally agree with you. And here's the thing. The video that he made a statement on the news, it sounded so terrible. But I'm telling you, if you give him a chance to actually talk a little bit, and I'm not like a supporter or anything. I'm like a Trump supporter, but like what he talks about, it's like the perfect of both worlds. And he was talking about guys, and this is like the point I wanted to bring up, and I was curious if you agree or Dan agrees that guys your age, like when you were in school, or maybe like a little bit older than you guys, but I think he was talking about your generation. Do you remember going to school and seeing kids that had full-blown autism that were banging their heads on the wall, had to wear a helmet, or had like eczema and stuff like that? And he said that there's no one my age that has that. It's only like the generation of like just after or one more generation after that, like in the 60s or 70s, you didn't see any of that. And the only reason that he got interested in like vaccine poisoning and stuff like that is because he was an environmentalist in studying like mercury and dumping in like the Hudson River. And when he was talking about the mercury is what's making the water so toxic and whatnot, and it's harmful for people, there was hundreds and hundreds of mothers, like strictly women, that would go to his speeches. And he said that they weren't rude, but they were pressing him like, you need to look into the vaccines. I had a perfectly good, healthy baby, and when he was up until 2 years old, and then when they hit him with that slew of like 16 vaccinations, within like 8 days, they were nonverbal. They couldn't make eye contact. They couldn't even point with their finger. And he's saying that basically, the only reason that vaccines work.
Hot Carl, can you really wrap this up?
You're telling us the whole entire podcast.
God damn! Just give me a GD. He's making me that mad. God, we'll go listen to the podcast. Robert Kennedy on Joe Rogan. Enough said. Makes some great points. Guy's got a shaky voice. Dan knows the name of what that's called. Fill it in, Dan.
Shaky voice.
No, it's not, Dan. It's not called shaky voice.
I don't know what he's got.
No, you do too.
I don't think he has a specific aphasia.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
He has a Broca's aphasia.
You actually. Hold on. Shut up. You actually, one time or another, when we were playing some Robert Kennedy thing, broke down his condition.
It wasn't Dr. Dan. It was Jay. Oh. He knew a spasmodic dysphonia.
Spasmodic dysphonia?
Hold on. So Jay
yes.
knew something medically that Dan didn't?
Yes.
I didn't look it up. Didn't really bother me. His voice is awkward, but it makes you listen more closely, especially when
America's
you realize
never
the
put
words
that in
make
there
sense.
As our president.
His words are so compelling and make sense. Sometimes the guy with a slow delivery.
We put Fetterman in there, right? He wore a sweatshirt.
Yeah, but his words didn't make sense. But like a great speaker such as Martin Luther King spoke very slowly. And when someone speaks slowly and you are able to really just hang on every single word they're saying, it sometimes becomes very compelling. Whereas the other guy may be rifling off, 50 words in 30 seconds.
Like Lummy.
This guy is rifling off 15, 20 words, but you're listening to every syllable. And so he has a very compelling message.
Meghan Markle's, Archetypes Spotify podcast will not be renewed for a second season. The Post can confirm a source close to the situation.
Archetypes.
Is that what it's called? Archetypes?
Yeah.
Said that the what's it called?
Archetypes.
No, Archwell.
Oh.
Archwell Media Company launched by, so that's the media company that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle own. Archwell Media, launched by Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, didn't produce enough content to receive the full payout of roughly $20 million. The news came after a struggling Spotify announced this month that it'll cut 200 jobs as it re-images its approach to podcasting. In a joint statement to the Post, instead of giving all these, it's exactly, you know what, Spotify?
Is it reimagining?
No. It's exactly what SiriusXM is doing right now.
All right.
Spotify instantaneously thinks that celebrities can do something other than what makes them a celebrity. For instance, a musician or Jamie. Remember when SiriusXM had the Jamie Foxx channel, the Martha Stewart channel, the Oprah channel? All this. So the celebrities are. It's a niche. They're either an actor, they're a rock star, I don't know. And so
actors read lines. They're not usually spontaneously compelling. They're really good at pretending to be something that they're not, and they're really good at memorizing, 4 paragraphs. But to be able to sit for 3 hours or 4 hours and give you compelling content is an art that is not what they have been trained for. That's what you do, Bubba. That's what Howard Stern does.
So what SiriusXM did in getting rid of me, I was one of the first they got rid of, and then they got rid of Richard Convino and Jason Ellis and all of these radio guys that did really good radio in the world of radio that they were good at. They did good radio, and they went instead and are getting, all these social influencers and all these actors and actresses. Well, Spotify did the same thing, with the exception of Joe Rogan, who was an established, a podcast / interview type, content provider. With the exception of him, you just don't give Meghan Markle and Prince Harry $20 million because you think that they are, because of who they are, can do a compelling audio presentation?
Well, it looks like it was just Meghan Markle, and she did a podcast. She did 12 of them, a podcast where dissect labels that try to hold women back. I sent you, a preview of hers. Ugh.
How you doing, Bubba? It's Zach from Oregon.
Hey, Zach from Oregon. What's up, buddy?
Yes, I promise not to be long-winded. But yeah, that podcast with RFK, wow, really compelling. Like, I kind of had the same idea you guys did, but in a long-form interview with Joe, he's right down the middle centrist. He's not.
Joe's brilliant. Joe's brilliant. He started. I don't know when he started, but I remember having Joe in here in 08 or 09, and I wish I would have listened. But I was making such a huge salary that I didn't really care. And Joe, when I had Joe Rogan in studio, he took me aside. My global thumbprint, and Joe was on my show at the time to promote what he was doing. So but hold on. Joe took me aside when I was walking him out, and he goes, "Hey, you need to do, after your Sirius show, you need to do like a 1 or 2 hour, totally go, like just another show, and you put it up as an exclusive podcast." I'm like, Joe,
You were doing 2 shows. You're like, I can't add a third one to it.
But had I done that in 08, had I gone on YouTube and the various places that Joe started his podcasting career in 08 and followed Joe and took Joe's advice, it's hard telling where I'd be right now. I'd probably be as big as Joe. Maybe.
Probably teamed up.
Bubba and Joe.
In that interview that came out yesterday, you said, hey, he might leave Spotify. He alluded to it because RFK Jr. was saying that all the podcasts he's done on YouTube and different platforms have been canceled. They've been demonetized, and went through this whole thing. And Joe Rogan basically said, well, that's not going to happen here on the Spotify. If it does happen, we're going to have a different conversation, negotiation.
Man, I love the fact that you're in Oregon. I love the information you're giving me. I just hate the fact that you got me on a mother effing speakerphone.
No, you're not on speakerphone.
I mean, the quality's horrible. It's just horrible.
Okay, I'll get to my main point. I'll get out there.
Thanks, buddy. I mean, he was brilliant. The caller was great. Let me give me some information, but it sounded like he was in in the basement.
Yes, he did.
Like, don't call me on an earbud. Don't call me on a Bluetooth. Call me, on a regular speak into the microphone of the phone and listen through the earpiece. Right? Yeah. That's what the phone's designed to do. That's what most phones are designed to sound the best while speaking into the microphone and listening into the earpiece, right? That's what they're designed to sound the best.
Yes, and a hard line, a hard wired line is the actual best sound.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
Sounds
they're
like,
so hard to find.
So
when I was 14,
she did 12 of these, and she wanted $20 million.
Yeah.
I planned my wedding. Not my actual wedding. That would have been a bit harder to imagine. This wedding was an assignment.
Is this her first wedding
for
or her
my
second
Religion
wedding?
2 class in Catholic school.
Second.
I remember every little thing about it. I wanted it to be at the Bel Air Hotel, and there was a Swan Lake, and I wanted the cake to be from Hanson's Bakery, and the dress, oh my goodness, the dress was strapless and poofy, and I had seen it in a bridal magazine.
What a materialistic scumbag. She didn't want to marry the love of her life. She wanted to have a fairy tale wedding, but not a fairy tale marriage.
In a joint statement, the Post and Spotify and Archwell Audio said that they were mutually agreed to part ways and are proud of the series that we made together. Megan's continuing to develop more content for the Archetypes audience on other platforms. Yeah. Finally, somebody at Spotify got smart and said, this is not worth $20 million. People are not willing to pay for this. That's what you got to, just like our template. People are willing to pay for our radio show. That's what keeps us on the air. It's unlike anything. I don't know why a Spotify or a SiriusXM or one of these big sexy deals don't be like, oh my God, Bubba is self-sufficient on his own. Can you imagine if we had him exclusively on our platform? He's already conditioned them to have to pay for his nonsense, right? I mean, can you imagine? I mean, if we signed a big enough deal, we would lock it down where, the only place we would be available would be that place, right? I mean,
yes.
But the number would have to be big. I mean, Dan, SiriusXM, if they came to me and said, hey, we'll give you, $5 million a year, but we own everything. Everything in any Bubba material needs to be distributed through us. And I would have Tom Bean carve out some YouTube,
old stuff.
Yeah. Well, carve out that we could do stuff over there. Like we can do stuff privately and put up on YouTube. But audibly, if you're going to see, kind of like what Megan Fox does for SiriusXM, Lummy, something like that.
Yeah.
There's a video aspect and an audio aspect to it.
Yep.
And when we're on the air, we're yours. Distributed exclusively through you. But we can also carve out our own little YouTube niche and continue to do things like that. I don't know. I mean, if you're like a SiriusXM or a Spotify guy, you're thinking, my God, Bubba does it without us. He's financed and supported without us. People are willing to do that.
Byron Rushing 50 on the Venmo.
Who on earth? I got to go into words. I'm way late. Who on earth would have a family of 4 consisting of the dad, Calvin at 36, his teenage daughter, I don't know if Dakota is a boy or a girl. I think it doesn't say. But Dakota is Calvin Miller's teenager. And then he's got a son named Jack and a daughter named Delilah. And they're in Idaho driving to go see Grandma. Grandma's in hospice. And Calvin Miller, age 36, allows Dakota to drive the family. And she drives off a cliff and kills them all. That'd be like saying, Dan, you and Sophia and Romina and little Danny are driving to the condo on the East Coast, and you're going to let Sophia drive. No way. No way. She's not experienced enough. There's just, I-4 is treacherous, is not the safest place in the world to drive, especially when you're going through Orlando. And I got a lot of precious cargo, namely me. I'm a doctor and a lawyer, right? And my son and my wife.
I don't think new drivers should drive the entire family.
No.
It's like a new pilot flying the entire family, across the ocean to Greenland.
Listen,
it's dangerous.
If it's Saturday and you and the entire family are taking the car down to the ice cream shop 3 miles away, maybe. But to go on treacherous, highways that have cliffs that will kill you.
274-mile trip.
Yeah, a 274, maybe 7 miles. And as Sophia got older, you could graduate her a different, but not the entire family. The dad needs to be the leader, and be a dad, and not. I mean, this is lesson 101. Don't let your teenager drive the entire family unless the dad was suffering some type of medical condition.
Yeah, that's different.
Now Dakota could save the day. But not just boss hogging through various valleys that got cliffs that could kill you. Put Dakota in the back. This comes from parents not being able to tell their teenagers no.
Yeah.
Dakota was greasing him. I want to drive, Dad. I want to drive, Dad. I want to drive. Rather than say, no, you're not driving. This is a very, it's a very treacherous. She drove off a cliff that killed him.
Or like he was just
if
being
you're in that
cheap.
type of terrain, it needs to be Pops driving. What's that, Lemmy?
Or he was just being cheap and didn't want to get a hotel because she fell asleep at the wheel.
Oh, is that what happened? She went off? Oh.
She fell asleep at the wheel and drove off the road.
Still.
I know. Yeah. It looks like they drowned too.
Is that how they died?
Yeah.
They went into a river.
And then drowned.
Off a cliff into a river. Don't let the 17-year-old drive, you numbnut.
Not on the side of a cliff. Not on the side through mountains. Not in snow. I mean, use some common sense.
We're so snowflaked out now, they have burnout quizzes. Whether you're burned out or not, we're going to take that quiz next.
Can't wait.
It's a sign. The end times are here. Ultra-powerful hurricanes, tsunamis, massive earthquakes, and Bubba the Love Sponge.
Sorry.
Just a battery.
Yeah, for the iPad. You got this first edit? I'm gonna go check. Sure. See how many she shut out. See if there's more than one.
It's amazing. Did Macho send you the pictures of how cleaned up it is back there?
How the rack looks?
Yeah, he just sent me that picture.
It's fucking amazing.
It's unreal.
Like, that would be a rack room you'd want to show somebody about. Look at this. This is where, when I do give tours, like, to my friends and stuff, and they see that, they're like, holy God, I had no idea. They're usually the same reactions. Like, I had no idea you needed all that shit to go on the air.
It's beautiful. It's really nice.
Wait till we get our podcasting world done.
And if it's that clean, it's easier to fix a problem. It's easier to diagnose a problem. It's easier to prevent a problem. Right? It's all easier. Runs better, powerful.
No. Donald Chisholm. Not even close. Yeah, but not that shit on TV. Jesus Christ. It's huge. Were you? Were you one of those kids growing up? You know, time to watch TV growing up. Good, Macho. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's just my fan. That's not bad. For some reason, you can't drink that many. It's too sweet. Yes, it is. True. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Good morning, Bubba Show. Yes, what would you like to talk about? All right, we back in about 5 minutes if you'd like to hold. We're on a break right now currently. He will be leaving around 9 by the next break, so he will be here this break.
Where's Dan?
Well, it'd probably be better if you hold so he sees it's on hold. It's all right. All right, thank you. Good morning, Bubba Show. How's it going? Oh, okay. Well, good morning to you too, sir. Thank you. I hope you do too. Bye. Nice smile on the day. Just adds an extra. Thank you, Byron. Rushing. You like that Tommy Tea Time? Trade HS both fan. It is real sweet, yeah, exactly. Especially when you're doing stuff outside. It kind of gives you that kind of stomach ache a little bit. I saw some of that. It doesn't seem like there's much going on. 879. Doesn't seem like it's real. 666. TLS 25. Control center. Ridiculous. So
Right.
Mine is, if it's there, it should be functional and accessible. Right. That it should be able to.
Right.
He's gonna go for both.
So yeah, I think he's going after like 4 or 5 of them.
Still just one egg.
yeah, I saw it. But did you see what she tried to do? No. See the little trips so small, that little thing. I saw her
What's
she
that, Lenny?
Put a little wood. We tried to build it there, but then went to the front. Oh, there's just one egg on the. I went out and checked on the stupid fucking duck. That duck pisses me off. There's so many other spots. Hop the squat. So I can do it back in the day, Tommy Tea Time. I'm gonna wiffle ball that to the back.
What are your thoughts of the alien?
Let's get down to business.
If you were locked away in an insane asylum,
Maybe it's time you let me get on with my job.
this is what it would sound like.
I don't think that Americans would find that funny.
No, it is not a joke.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So Dan, you're in for Friday, huh? In.
Yes.
Let me. Is it me, Rhett, and Dan?
We're talking about for Sunday?
That's what I meant. Sunday.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
Me, Rhett, Lummy, Dan.
Yes.
Fantastic. Hello.
Bubba.
And by the way, Lummy, I don't want the guy from Oregon or Washington to be mad at me. It's just that I hate people that have talked to me on speakerphones. I just hate that. So
No,
the
I
guy had some great information. I love him more than anything. Please don't be upset with me, sir. I got to poop, and I'm ready for the show to be over. Hello.
Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
Hitman from Orlando.
Thank you, Hitman. Everybody's got a nickname. Go ahead, sir.
I had a question since Dr. Dan's in the house, too, an opinion basically from both of you and more on the legal side as well. So you guys tackled the issue of abortion yesterday and the fact that you got some states that are going the way they want to go and some states are going to zero abortion, et cetera. Would you guys ever have an opinion on foreseeing a law or legislation coming out that allows, let's say, a rape victim, okay, to be awarded a monetary prize from, say, taxpayers, because the same taxpayers are going to put the rapist in prison. And I think that, the rape victim should get a fair share, and maybe legally there's a way to obligate money to them so that they have child support. They have a way to support the child coming from rape. And I'll hang up and listen to your responses. Thank you so much, Bubba. I love you guys very much. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Lummy, I was looking at a couple people who posted their straw hat, their Bubba Army straw hats online.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Thank you. Dan, I didn't even hear. I was scrolling through Facebook. When I sound like Charlie Brown's teacher. I figured he directed it to you. So rather for me to chime in with my fat ass, I'd just throw it right over to you, Dan. What do you think about this guy's phone call?
Well, I think people getting pregnant from a rape is really such a small percentage of abortions and pregnancies. It's pretty rare. The rapist is not only criminal liable, but could be civilly liable if the person sued. The problem is the person is probably judgment proof because they have no money and no insurance to pay. So
usually millionaires aren't doing that sort of thing.
Right. Well, it depends. I mean, it seems like it's that way up in Washington D.C. sometimes, but but for the most part,
most of America doesn't. Most of American millionaires don't rape.
Most American millionaires don't rape.
Right.
Most rapists.
Most guys with big umbrella insurance policies, Dan, don't rape. Right.
Yeah. They don't. And I saw some really disturbing ethnic breakdowns on rapes that I can't even go through because I'll sound racist if I say it.
Where did you see it at?
From the government had published a summary of rape victims and rape perpetrators for the last 10 years, and it was dramatic that how few African American females were raped by white guys. It was zero. It was literally zero in this study. So it was surprising. But the thing here is, should the state pay the
white
rape
chicks don't
victim?
do it. White chicks don't do it for them.
No,
I'm just saying.
That's not what I said.
Oh, that's what I was saying. I had it backwards.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was no African American chicks were raped by white guys.
Oh, okay, whatever. That's just straight statistics.
It was a straight statistic.
No opinion.
Not
Go
opinion.
ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt you. I completely screwed it up. Let me give me a -1 for a mess up.
Bubba, -1.
Oh, that's a.
So the question is should the taxpayer who's throwing this now rapist into jail also be on the hook for the child support of the rape victim? I mean, that's a tough one. But if you're saying that you can't get an abortion because our state won't let you, then I can understand a legal argument for that woman to say, you're forcing, just like you forced me to close, now you're compensating me. You're forcing me to have this baby that I would not normally want to have. It's not my husband. It's not my genes. It's from a stranger that violently raped me, that you put into jail for 10 years, and now you are forcing me to have this baby. You need to pay for it, bitch.
I think that's a pretty damn good question.
It's an interesting argument, and if you take it to its fullest extent, because when people write laws, they don't really understand how it's really going to play out in the real world until it plays out in the real world.
Most politicians have no idea about the real world.
Yeah, maybe Bill Clinton and Joe Biden in the 90s, when they made those really, 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 really severe crack cocaine laws, knew that they would be throwing a lot of black people in jail, because that's what ended up happening. They just put a whole generation of black kids in jail. Maybe they would have realized at the time, if they had thought about the progression of the law and how it's going to work out in practical terms, would have realized that they were taking an entire generation of African American kids and putting them in jail. Thanks, guys. Good job, Bill. Good job, Joe. You did it. You racist
son of a bitches.
Yep. It was so bad that Obama had to reverse it.
Hello.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Yes, Joe.
I just have a question for Dr. Dan, a quick one.
All right.
Dr. Dan, whatever happened at twoandtalking.com? I was trying to show a woman, and I can't find it anywhere. No, not even a mention.
That was up until very, very, very recently, and then we just stopped hosting it. It just seemed to be there's so many other things, and the anti-vaxxers were looking for. I'm sorry. the vax-crazed people were looking for anything anti-vax or
And
throw
that whole
something
world
at.
has been churned up tremendously in the
know,
last 3 years.
It's not really doing me any good right now. It's just becoming a bigger bullseye. And I thought that if I was going to stick my head up over the trench to get shot at, it was going to be to help save people from COVID, not because I'm just still beating my chest about how we should not over-vaccinate our youth. So I'm trying, and people have heard that a million times, don't vaccinate your kid when he's sick or she is sick. Don't vaccinate premature kids. Don't stack vaccines. Wait 3 to 4 weeks between vaccines. Those are all common principles that, Robert Kennedy Jr. agrees with. But, we have because a lot of these vaccines have heavy metals. And the problem with heavy metals is they accumulate. So
Talking
it's not
about
like
Metallica?
Yeah, exactly. Metallica,
Pantera,
exactly. Those hardcore bands. That accumulates. And so when the heavy metals like mercury and things like that accumulate in your body over time, it become more and more poisonous. You don't die because you have like a drop of mercury one time. You get sick over time when you have an accumulation of mercury or an accumulation of lead or aluminum. And so when you're a small person, you're getting big boy shots and you're getting too many at once, that stuff accumulates and become additively toxic to your brain. So I personally think when they started making the hepatitis B shot at birth, which is absolutely useless at birth. Like, what infant is sharing needles, getting a tattoo,
or having anal sex?
Or having anal sex.
Yeah.
It ain't happening.
Those are the only
just
3
not
ways
happening.
to get it. And so, maybe
if the mom has it and you're worried about the kid catching it like during the birth, like during that perigestational period, then I understand. I understand.
Other than that, man, about 10.
Because the other thing is by the time the kid's 15, when they actually need protection against hepatitis B, it's already gone. It's
Right.
wasted. But if you wait till the kid's 15 and then give the shots, then the kid's going to have 30 years of protection throughout most of its promiscuity years.
All right, Joe, what else? We got to go. My phone lines are packed.
Yep.
I'm excited for y'all. I miss Anna, and I just need to know, Bubs, what'd you eat? Because I couldn't tell. Nobody asked.
It was a Factor meal taco.
I really want to try them. I feel like it would be beneficial.
Factor 40 is it Bubba 40? Is my Factor code, Lummy?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Bubba 40. If you go to Factor.com, I eat Factor meals and go to Bubba 40 on the promo code. That gets you 40% off. So, all right, Joe, I got to go. Love you. See ya. Bye. Where'd all these phone calls come from?
Know.
My Lord, we're busy. Hello. Dan's got to leave. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Bubba?
Yeah.
Hey, this is Ryan up here in Indiana.
What part?
I'm 27, man, long-time viewer. I got a question for Dr. Dan.
What part of Indiana?
Southern, down here by Santa Claus.
Fantastic. Way southern. Like by Washington and stuff like that, right?
I got a question for Dan, man. I wake up every morning with stomach problems. Every morning. Anything to...
Your phone, buddy, your phone's completely breaking up. Question for Dr. Dan. You wake up with stomach problems and then you cut out.
Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. Every morning I wake up with stomach problems. I feel bloated. And I've been to the family doctor, hit my max on a deductible on insurance, still no answers. Like, I just need to know where to go. Do I go to like a gastric bypass?
How old are you?
27.
I'm 27. I've been having these problems for probably about 3 years.
And do you drink milk?
I do.
Yeah, it's a problem probably. Go to a gastroenterologist. It's probably milk. Most people, I think it's a functional thing. If you look at evolution, that humans and most animals don't tolerate milk as they get older, so that you're not taking the milk from the babies. And so I think that a lot of people don't appreciate how you lose tolerance to milk and milk products as you get older, because it's a functional thing. We're trying to leave the milk for the babies, if you think about society and culture. So my guess is I would start immediately until you get your appointment with a gastroenterologist, which is going to probably take a few weeks, is either start drinking Lactaid, stopping milk, or drinking the Fairlife milk,
which I think is made in Indiana, but it's expensive as hell.
That's what we have at our house. Is that?
Yeah, it's as expensive as
it's
hell.
It's lactose free. So lactose. It sounds like lactose intolerance, because if I drink milk in the afternoon or evening, and it's not Lactaid, I'm bloated all night and I wake up bloated.
So.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, because it's causing me to have back problems and everything, and I've played sports all through high school and
Probably
even
lactose.
after, and I'm healthy.
It could be something as simple
It's
as
the
the
late
milk
20s.
deal.
It's
Go get checked out and watch. If Dr. Dan is right, buddy, you owe us a return call as to how effing brilliant he is. He puts on knockers
I
for
will,
a living,
man.
but he'll
I
tell
will.
you when
I
you're
listen to you guys every morning.
All right, buddy. Appreciate you.
it.
I put on knockers for a living, but I also can diagnose you when you're lactose intolerant. My name is Dr. Dan Diaco. What's his official score for the week? Because he has to go.
0.
That's good. That's a push.
Yeah, I'll take a push.
I mean, he was down. He's 0 with the belt.
That's right.
That's winning.
That's winning.
In my opinion.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Bubba the Love Sponge. Before we got Bubba the Love Sponge. The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Okay, talk to you guys later, and I'll
See you
probably
Sunday.
Yes.
Bye, Dr. Dan.
Looking forward to it. See you
Thank
guys.
you, Danny.
Have a wonderful morning.
Bye, buddy.
Thank you. All right, see you guys.
Bye, Danny.
Thank you.
Exactly. We're here to people. Bouncer. And then leave me. Thank you. Yeah, my boy 352. Oh, thanks, Nizik. What do you guys happening down to? Is that filthy? They're kicking. You know he wanted to take it. Take it with him. Give Schwartz word around the office. When he walks in and sees patients. Let's be honest. Is that with the bag of milk? Dark Patch Steve. Oh, Dark Patch. You can start keeping track if you want. Check that point every day. I got to poop. He's got to poop, everyone. What's up, Sabre next 25? Salty. Yeah, I had that milk. You're trying to be like Dr. Dan, the 4-4 Club. Which time, Dark Knight Steve? Call me today, I'll tell you what it was. I'll go back and look at the times where we said it. You need one day. I'll look at that to you. Since this week. I've got 2 on the 13th. Which is when I pressed 2. And then the other days. Technically I have 1. Hi, Lummy. Hi, Bubba. So technically I'm plus 30. But I will let me know which one it is.
We are the only show that can talk about nothing.
The use of all Bubba-isms is prohibited without the express written consent of Bubba the Love Sponge.
This is not staged. It's not nothing. It's very scientific.
It's not in a killing mood.
Right.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90 Bubba. I don't know where all the phone calls came from all of a sudden. I know I got to poop. I'm going to try to end the show, Lummy, like at 54.
Right on time.
Well, that's where we're kind of supposed to end the show.
Yep.
Is 54-ish. I feel like farting, but I feel like I'm going to shart. Hello. Mm-hmm.
He's been holding a long time, too.
Hello.
Best call all day.
Yes, it's Bubba.
It's 4-4 Club from Mass. How you doing?
Good, buddy. 4-4 Club. How are you?
Good. I just want to say the show's been great all week, and I know you're doing your tallies. I wanted to give Ann a pop for knowing her role, keep it quiet the last couple of days.
Well, she's not been here. How's she supposed to? I mean, like, how is she?
I think that's his. I think he was trying.
I'm trying to get her a pop. Yeah, no, I'm basically trying to get her on the scoreboard while she's not there.
Well, I appreciate your efforts, my friend, and being an Anna fan. Thank you for that. I love Anna. That's why she stays. And she stayed in the midst of the turmoil, but she's enjoying herself in Idaho. But we just can't give her a pop for not, come on, buddy.
Give her a pop for not speaking.
Yeah, we can't give her a pop. Hold on, we can't give her a pop for being on vacation. Jesus, God, how soft have I gotten, buddy?
One last thing. Dr. Dan, I was talking about being like Dr. Dan. Not that I have a big slinging D or anything like that, but talking about the belt that he's holding today, the strap. You guys ever think about making a replica strap for customers like Bubba Army to buy so I could go into my office with that on my shoulder?
Oh, yeah, but I mean, I would think it would be such a big ticket item that I don't know. I mean, I could probably, I don't know. I mean, like, the WWE, Lummy, they have a replica strap.
Yeah.
That they sell the kids and stuff. Good idea, I think. I'd have to think about that a little bit.
I appreciate it, Bubba.
All right, man. Thank you.
From you.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal at the Bubba Army. Lummy, if we were to, close out the week, we still have a little bit of time for those that are still here to maybe get a point or two or deducted. But what are you looking like now for the week? Dan lost 2 right away, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Was I a little heavy? Was I too heavy-handed on that? Maybe I should go to Chad and ask. Was I too heavy-handed on pulling 2 away from Dan real fast?
Maybe one of them was a little heavy-handed.
Yeah, I feel as if. I do.
You want me to take one away?
Yeah, put one back.
So you ended with +1 for the week?
Yeah, I felt as if, I just double whammied him because, you know why? Because I got to poop and I'm uncomfortable. And so, yeah, give Dan a +1 on that with all your little chicken scratch. So how would it all shake out for the week if we were to do it right now, buddy?
For the week, currently, it would be Lummy +2, Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire +1.
Oh, poor little Danny. Had you tied.
Anna even. Rhett -1. And technically, I have an asterisk with Bubba -1, but you don't really count because you run the show.
Yeah, don't ever,
Yeah, I know. I just put it to the side just in case.
Mine don't really count.
No, not at all. That's why
there's this survey that says, are you at risk of burnout? A quiz reveals your boundary anxiety level. And it says, do you know when your line's been crossed? According to psychologists, boundary anxiety refers to a condition that inhibits some people, sometimes calls people pleasers, from setting limits in their daily lives due to fear of upsetting people. Now, is this just because we've become so soft as a society that helping somebody has become overwhelming? And you want to be like, when you get stressed out because maybe you've overextended yourself with your friends or something like that, you want to have a fancy little excuse. Like, why don't you just man up and deal with it? Right?
Yeah.
And so I was going through their quiz a little bit, and it's pretty stupid. Here's the quiz. And the answers are A, B, or C. A meaning rarely, B meaning sometimes, and C meaning often. 1, I find that I cannot say no to things even when I don't feel like doing them or have the energy for it. I would say I would probably be a B. But they don't have a way to score. Okay. Mostly B's, mostly C's, and mostly A's. Okay. So my first one, I'm going to put a B down. Yeah. Rhett, you can play along as well if you'd like. I feel guilty about saying no to other requests. Nah, that doesn't happen. Rarely. I'm going to put myself an A. I find myself trying to fix other people's problems, even at a detriment to my own needs. Nah, I mean, I don't think I really dabble in.
So what, you got a C?
No, no. I would have an A, rarely.
Oh, sorry. Often, sorry.
Idiot. How about I got an idiot for a coworker who doesn't know what he's doing?
I'm sorry, I can't see the thing, sorry.
I get angry, upset when others say no to me. No, that doesn't, I don't care less.
Oh.
I mean, the whole entire world has said no to me.
What about people close to you, though?
I think this is in general.
Okay.
I feel I'm often used because I don't stand up for my own needs. Nah, I don't think so. A. Lummy, you need to write.
I'm writing both down.
I mean, well, don't write mine down. I'll write mine down.
Okay.
You just write your own down and be honest, because that you're much different than me.
Of course.
You're very sensitive.
Yes, I am.
Let me see, 6. Okay, or at 6. I feel too weak to voice my own needs. I cannot seem to make myself heard. I get frustrated. Nope, that's not me. A for me on that one, which is never. 7. I feel resentment towards people when their requests put too much pressure on me. I'd say maybe sometimes on that for me. Maybe. Lemmy, are you scoring these?
Yes, I am.
Are you being dead honest too?
Yes, I am.
All right. Number 8. I get angry / anxious about other requests that overwhelm me. Sometimes I think I'll give myself a B there, because sometimes. 9. This sounds like a real, this sounds like
snowflake?
This is a soft snowflake man. 9. I feel uncomfortable expressing my own needs, including my body, energy, time, resources, without feeling guilty, fearful, anxious, and stressed. Jesus, what a bunch of pussies.
The Seth test.
This is the Seth test. I'm uncomfortable with expressing my true feelings and needs without getting stressed. Yeah, this is like just Johnny excuse stress boy.
Yeah, to get
I'm uncomfortable
more
with
pills.
expressing my true feeling. Yeah, that's not. That's an A. 11. I get preoccupied by other people's problems and spend a lot of my energy trying to help them. No, A. This is from a nosy snowflake.
Oh yeah.
People can ask anytime, day or night, for my help, and I immediately run to their rescue. You know what? I would say sometimes for that, it would determine who it was.
Yeah, of course. I think it's anybody.
13. People think of me as very friendly, and I tend to allow them into my private space quickly. I'd say that's a B for me. I sometimes let people in my space I shouldn't.
But I think you've learned from that from back in the day, right?
Right.
Did you let too many people in too quick?
I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe. Have you noticed I've really closed my circle?
Oh, yes.
Like I don't hang out with many people. Like,
Seems like you have a smaller niche of friends that you talk to.
I tend to overshare my personal information and views with others quickly, which I may regret. Well, that's definitely because that's what my show is. Right?
Yes.
That would give me a C. Because I do give you guys way too much information that you guys end up using against me, you son of a bitches.
Shove it up your ass.
Yeah. Troll, shove up your ass, cancellations. All right, so here you go. I had B, first of all, A's. Let me count your A's. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 8 A's. B's, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And C's, I got 1. Lummy, what did you have?
1A, 9 B's.
1A?
Yeah.
You are exactly what this thing's talking about.
Yeah, 9 B's and 4 C's.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what the score. Rhett, did you do this?
Yeah, I got 5 A's, 5 B's, and 4 C's.
Did Mach do it?
I don't think so.
I didn't do it because I'm in here doing tries right now, getting horseshoe tries on this. Oh, I've been watching the Arnold.
Oh yeah, you like it?
Oh, have you watched it?
Yeah, I watched all 3.
Oh my God, what a great guy!
Yeah, I know.
What a great series too.
Hard worker, just like from the ground up.
God, what a stud!
He's a guy that I'd like to hang out with even now.
I would too.
Have you never met him?
No, Hogan was really good friends with him. I never got that circle. Mostly A's is okay. That's me. Because I'm 8 A's, 5 B's, and 1 C. Mostly A's means you know where your boundaries are and you stick to them. You're in touch with what's good for you emotionally and how to express your own needs, even if it means you may need to refuse requests from others when they want your time or energy. People that answered mostly A's are comfortable with making themselves heard and not afraid to be told no. The only downside is you may go too far the other way and adhere too rigidly to your own life rules to avoid this. Try to push your blah, blah, blah. It says I'm pretty. You know what Sid say? You're a pimp.
Yeah. Pimp. Know what you want.
Get what you want, know how to talk to people.
Exactly.
Mostly B's. Who had the most B's?
Me.
Is that what you mostly had?
Yes.
Those who answered mainly B's know that they have boundaries and they should adhere to them, but struggle to always implement them. Lummy, that's exactly you.
Check.
When you feel more confident in a safe place, you start standing up for yourself easier. Check. But at other times, you allow people to call upon you to solve their problems, even when even when you're tired or overwhelmed yourself. Double check.
Yes.
To overcome this, she recommends that you reassess some blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, blah, man.
And then, is there anybody that had the most C's?
I had 4. Let me, how many did you have?
4 C's.
Okay. People that had C's have difficulty setting solid boundaries and are often exhausted because of it. The only thing Red is exhausted is having a dog on his shoulder nonstop. You are a good listener, and getting involved in other people's lives probably gets you some thank yous in return. To overcome this blah, 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 whatever. Snowflake and nonsense. Brett, how are you and your girl doing? Are you guys still a thing?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Is she here? Is she living here yet?
No, she's.
Is she gonna make that? Is she gonna make that move?
Oh yeah, not because of me. She's getting a job down here, but she has to work through the rest of her current contract,
right?
Which ends in October. Because if she leaves before then, she'll have to pay back her sign-on bonus, which is like $4,000.
Right. So she's gonna, which allows you. Now, are you guys gonna stay in your same place, or are you gonna try to get a little more fancier of a place?
I'm stuck in my place till August of next year. That's just when my lease is up. She's shopping for a house. She's gonna rent a house. She's got a friend that she's bringing down with her, who's also going to move to Florida to get it. It's a girl.
Oh,
pretty hot.
You might be
too.
having threesomes.
Maybe.
How's that long-term relationship doing?
Long term is fine, but long distance sucks ass.
Yeah.
Need some.
Are you guys
some
having,
ass.
Are you guys having some phone? Are you having phone sex? And if you say no, you're lying.
No, you do what you can. Yeah.
I got to go into words. I might have to go drop one off real fast here. Do you know how to run the board? Of
course.
Okay.
I got my free speech ears on, good buddy. We got a Bubba the Love Sponge show coming up here straight ahead.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
You know that it fires itself, right?
Yes.
All right.
Commercial break.
And then it goes into 11. Cut number 11 is the CD. I'm going to try. I just had this shit attack come on me. I had a shit attack.
Rat penicillin. Filthy said. February 1st.
Mommy, you're gonna have to end the show.
Well, I told Musher to come here because since it fires up automatically, you just watch the countdown and then just hit the CD.
Yeah.
Because
make sure there's a bed plan.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It fires up after the commercial, and then I just hit the CD when there's then I.
It'll say it actually says crossfade.
That's what I'm saying. Then I just
it tells you to fire the CD.
That's what I'm saying. So. Because obviously,
we could put those in the system. But.
Well, the last time I did it, I had to hit the buttons and everything. So that's gonna fire up anyhow. And then I have the CD. I just hit the CD pod up and scroll it up. So
yeah, I could pay over it.
It's not a big deal. And then obviously.
You see what Merch Crate brought me?
No, what?
Fucking giant dog kennel.
Would you really bring that?
You see it? You see it sitting in the middle of the room.
Oh, yeah. You want to bring the playpen? I'm pretty sure the playpen's open on top.
If you guys don't have a use for it, I'll probably take that kennel home, honestly.
Well, yeah, because this one's just like it's just drop it in and let it play.
Yeah, let's leave that one here for work.
Oh, shout out to Coop. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Brian Rushing, 50 on the Venmo. Bubba had a shit attack.
I'm telling you, you're gonna have to drive this bitch home, buddy. I don't know. When has Bubba ever made a sub 6 minute shit?
Not too
often.
No.
Not too often. I got faith.
Wait, where's your dog? You didn't even bring your dog in here?
No, I didn't.
You actually left it. I didn't see it in the crate.
She's sleeping in the bed that Scouting Big Gold got her.
In the chair?
The Buck's bed. No, she got a little Scouting Big Gold. If I had my phone, I'd show you a picture. But one of the Amazon packages they got me was a little puppy bed, and it's like a Bucks stadium. It's actually badass.
It's a Bucks stadium?
Yeah.
That's pretty
I mean,
cool.
it's not Ray J, but it's a little fucking.
Yeah, but
yeah.
It's still cool.
Yeah. I opened the box. I was more excited about it than she was.
She's like, oh, it's bad. Yay.
Yeah, exactly.
Pee all over it.
She's snoozing, so I'll leave her be. Let her sleep.
Oh, you can bring us back. I'll fire the CD so he can sit in his spot and be comfortable.
What'd you say?
Yeah. No, I'm gonna sit
there. I'll fire the CD so he can be comfortable. Hopefully he'll walk in.
If I can do it, I don't care. But if you,
I like my voice.
Yeah, Mancho's trying to take over the show here.
Okay. I mean, just put when you want to end it, just be like, just do like that.
On the camera?
No, I'll be right here.
That is
Yeah, no, but
So I'll fire the disclaimer.
He'll be able to see your hands over all those monitors.
Yeah, just be like, hey.
Just shout really loud on the air.
I'll just be like, hey. So you say, well, yeah, Bubba's obviously still in the toilet.
Well, no. But say when you want me to get the clothes closed if he's not back.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you're gonna play music for a little bit.
What do you think?
You can start seeing me wrapping up.
What do you think, Macho? 2.5 minutes. You think he'll be back? I heard audio coming off of his phone in there. So he's watching videos. I don't think that's going to help. I don't think that's going to help.
Just put Lummy on full screen. I don't want to be on camera.
I was going to say,
I don't need any bad comments today. I'm having a good day.
Oh, come on. Nobody's going to give any bad comments.
Just remember, Macho, I did say that I had no problem running it because, I mean.
No, you're good. But you're more comfortable there in your chair, your microphone.
And just say that you wanted to run the board. You love running the board. You love hitting those knobs.
That was my first job, was running the board for remotes. Whenever Jock was on site.
You wanted to.
I picked it up like nothing. It was pretty easy.
Of course, it's Redneck 25. Go to tarpons.thebubarmy.com. A lot of spots up there. I mean, not that we haven't sold a lot, but they have 2 decks if we want, and they got 3 sections roped off for us. We can open 4 or 5. I mean, it's a minor league game, so they don't sell out like the Yankees do. I think it's a 13,000 seat stadium, so. Well, look. Yeah, I was just saying, man, that could be good to see you there. Hopefully you can make it down to the game.
I got the notification they delivered the video splitter.
Oh, is it outside?
It's outside my door. At my house.
No, it's the 30th.
What's the 30th?
The game.
I know. I gotta go, right?
Well, I'm sure it'd be nice for you to show up. It's a company outing.
I need some vodka.
That costs money then. It's only beer. And
Well, that's probably a good thing it costs money.
Huh?
It's a good thing it's not open bar.
Yeah, just beer and wine's open. Yeah, exactly.
Under the toilet. Oh.
Oh.
I've got an idea. Time to man up.
I gotta poop so bad.
Man up and be brutally honest.
And you're calling me crazy?
Or I'm gonna kill you. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Bubba is currently having a poop attack. He was trying to make it back here for the last segment, but he just couldn't hold it anymore. So I am left here. You were left with Lummy. I think Bubba just came in and just yelled at Macho to get up, get out. He was able to pinch it off and get back in here for the last 4 minutes of the show.
How long have I been gone? How long have you been on?
About 45 seconds.
So I missed it by 45?
Yes.
And a 10-minute, I'm sorry, a 6-minute poop is very quick for me. And I think I'm having remnants of my colon prep.
Uh-oh.
It exploded.
Oh.
I had an explosion to the point where I think I got to go back and get the rest out.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. I figured you pinched it off to get back here.
I did.
That's good. We were
you and Rhett doing a sports show?
Yeah, we're gonna do a show right after this.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Thank you. Oh, I got a. While I was pooping, Lummy, I got a PayPal contribution.
Awesome.
Philip, I think. Let me see. Philip Vinehouse. Philip Vinehouse. Something. Thank you, Philip.
Jim Reed, 10 on the Cash App.
PayPal, Cash App, Venmo at the Bubba Army.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all. I know I missed a day this week because my colonoscopy Anna was out too. We're all back to full Monday. And Lummy, Monday we should have probably some interesting stories of what we're fixing to do Sunday morning for a couple hours.
It should be fun.
I think I'm going to do horrible.
No. I think the person that will probably do the worst is
Rhett.
I was going to say Dr. Dan.
Yeah, okay. Regardless of who does good or bad, there's going to be a lot of good video.
There is going to be. But I haven't done that sort of thing, in probably 20 years.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's been 5-6 years since the last time I did it.
Right.
Yeah, about that too.
20 for me.
Well, we know someone's probably going out today and tomorrow practicing.
Buying some equipment.
Oh, I know. Yeah, he will.
Yeah,
Dan
exactly.
will. Dan will be practicing. Sure. You're right. You're right. Yeah, let's end right on time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Facebook, YouTube, right? Twitter for the after show for you guys?
Yes.
Facebook, Twitter, and Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Also on our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army, me and Dan playing pickleball, and there's some other releases that are coming soon as well. Rhett and Lummy, what do you call it? 10:15, 10:20, 10:30? What are you doing?
10:25.
10:25 for the sports show. Appreciate you all, man, especially the last-minute push, trying to pull the nose up for June, nonetheless. Oh, there you go, nonetheless. Just pissed me off. So sorry. Have a great day. I'm going to go finish this pinch.
Okay. Biggie 73751 on the Cash App.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer. Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.